Alrighty. So we are gonna continue trying to farm this stupid shard and see if we can't test out some basic attack builds on the druid. The only reason why I'm in hardcore right now is because I have had all the best luck in hardcore with my temperings. So we have some cataclysm cooldown on these rings, which is really useful. It's been really helpful. Probably need a little bit more cooldown before we can have a guaranteed 100% uptime. Man, they really need to revert that nerf on the Baneful Hearts. I don't know what they're thinking about nerfing Baneful Hearts. It's probably one of the worst changes. They just need to up everything else. Keep the, I also hate them constantly taking away fun mechanics they introduced to the game, like the elixirs. The elixirs should stay. The mine cages should easily stay. I think they should make the mine cages stay, and they should increase the level cap, like the level disparity between the character and the enemies. Maybe make it something like 20 levels instead of 10. I don't think they should stack though. Stacking them would be kind of broken, because then you could probably get in a party and someone could be killing low-level monsters while you're getting all the benefit of killing like level 200 monsters. So I don't think they should stack. That's a terrible idea. But definitely keep mine cages. Make the keep making Helltides fun. But man, I would love to get a shard right now. It really sucks having to farm these unique items. I don't think they really thought this one through on testing. Yeah, we can get very close to having Kata up 100% of the time. Like, if I was able to just stand here and attack enemies, we would be up 100% of the time. But it's already got like 9 seconds with the... So we're very close. Probably get a couple... Like, if you had capped out your cooldown, you'd be able to easily keep Kata up 100% of the time. I think that if they don't nerf these gloves, this is going to be, like, on every single druid build. And there's no way I could think of a way around it. It's a 100% multiplier. And you can keep Kata up 100% of the time. It's like I'm almost there and I don't even have my cooldown capped. It's like if you get 75% cooldown on Kata with anything really, if you get a Flicker Step, which I don't even think you need Flicker Step, you might even be able to do it with just Inner Beast too, if you do like a lot of shape-shifting, which I think unfortunately every druid build is going to have to use shape-shifting, especially with all of the damage reduction increases from height instances. Feels like shape-shifting is mandatory now. It's like Season 3 was good for human, but now it's like you have to shape-shift. Let's go open up some of these chests. It's like 2 Baneful Hearts, man. That really sucks. So far, I think the best builds, in my opinion, are going to be like Landslide, Companions, Pulverize feels really good. Lightning Storm is now up there. Oh, the time ran out. Lightning Storm is now up there, I would say, with Tornado after the attack speed cap. After the attack speed bug was fixed. I guess it was a bug. I don't think it was a bug, but... Good morning. I don't know what do we do with this downtime, I guess. Definitely not the pit because it's bugged. I guess I could run like 1 pit. It doesn't take too long. I'll just do like a tier 61. Until I get the shard, tier 61 is pretty much where it's at. Like, the boss HP. I ain't trying to spend forever killing a boss, man. And I can't die. If I die, that's it for the character, so I need this character. It's the only character I have built out for basic attacks. So if I want to test out any basic attack setup, it's easy to swap between them on this character. I'd love to get a shard. I will say that doing a tier 5 key feels like a lot harder than doing 160 enemies here. I was doing a tier 5 earlier before I got on stream, and it definitely felt a lot more difficult than doing like anything higher in the pit. So I'm pretty happy about that, although obviously just like everybody else, the rewards are terrible. I don't think it, I think a lot of people think that 10 minutes like sticking you in there is a bad thing. I don't think it's a bad thing. I just think I just think that it's not rewarding enough to be in there for 10 minutes. Like if every single wave dropped like a bunch of stuff, like while you're killing enemies, you're actively getting items, you're getting drops, you're getting, you know, between rounds, you're getting some kind of big reward. I think it's more or less just the fact that it feels like trash, like when you get no reward for spending that much time in there. It's pretty silly. Yeah, see, I got the cooldown there. And I have a good pair of gloves. I have a maxed out 100% pair of gloves, so the damage is still obviously significantly lower with the Thunderstruck cap. But I would say that this is probably, even still with the cap, this is going to probably be the best basic attack build, depending on how much they change the Crone Staff. I'm not necessarily unhappy with the damage it's doing. It's more or less compared to the meta, right? Because the damage is terrible compared to a lot of the other, you know, basic attack builds. I think if every basic attack build that Druid has would be comparable, or at least start at this, like where the damage is with Wind Shear, and they could just work their way up from that kind of damage amount, it would be too bad. Hey, what's up, brother? How you doing, man? We are just trying to farm up a shard, bro. I have not gotten a shard yet, so still trying to farm one up. I haven't gotten to put in like a bunch of hours, but you know, with the amount of time that I have put in, I should have had a shard by now. It's so silly. The fact that they didn't put these unique items on a boss where you could target farm these unique items like they did in the last PTR is a big reason why this sucks so bad. Yeah, you see how fast you can get Cataclysm off cooldown? I'm telling you, Cata gloves are going to be the thing. Like, it's not even close. Like, 100x, it's not even close. If they don't nerf it, which I suspect that they will nerf it, I wouldn't imagine why they wouldn't. Then we'll go back to Hell Tides after this because it's probably the fastest way we can, you know, possibly farm the shard. I agree, man. I'm you know how I felt, man. I put it in a video already. I hard agree. It's such a trashy way to run a PTR, and the PTR is for only a week. It's like that's such a massive oversight. You don't even think about like, okay, are people actually going to be able to test everything? That's why I posted out on X. I was like, in my opinion, honestly, they need to hold back all of these brand new unique items, buff the ones that are currently in the game, balance the ones that are currently in the game, balance out the classes, and then introduce some uniques. And like the fact they're adding so many so fast, and the best ones are just trash. They're just flat, bland damage multipliers. Like, who the hell wants to do that? Like, every build runs around with stupid ass damage multipliers. Like, there's nothing creative about it. It's just stupid ass damage multipliers. Just like the Tybalt's Will. It's like, oh, you want to run around with just... That's so dumb. It's not even creative. It's just so boring. Like, it doesn't even do anything cool on your screen. To me, it's like, I'm fine with adding damage, but add it in a cool way. Like, there's so many things you could do to be more... Obviously, it would take more work. You have to be a little bit more, you know, you're going to have to put a little bit more work, and you're going to have to do a little bit more. It's not just adjusting numbers. But Jesus Christ, man. Can we get something cool? Like, just something that looks awesome, like something that changes the way we, like, to just what we see visually, instead of, here's 100x damage. It's stupid. It's just stupid. And I don't even know how that would, I mean, it shouldn't even need to be said. Like, it shouldn't even need to be... It's like, look at the gloves, man. And I've said this, it's like, lightning strikes now prioritize enemies. If that isn't the most jokey shit you've ever put in an item, the fact that you program, and I said this probably to the point where I'd probably annoy people by saying it again and again, but I can't help it because it to me, it's like the glaringly obvious issue of the class design. How the hell do you program, how do you create a skill like Cataclysm, which is an ultimate skill, and you literally program it to not prioritize enemies? How is that a thing? How is that a thing that you make a skill and it doesn't prioritize enemies, and now you have to have a unique item where it prioritizes enemies? That is crazy to me. That's one of the craziest parts of it. It's like, how do you think like that? It's an ultimate skill. I mean, anytime you make general uniques, obviously you're going to help. It's going to be broadly across the board with every single class. But the thing is I don't even think we should be to that point where we're scaling that high. I mean, look at what Barb does. It clears everything without a challenge. It destroys every boss, destroys everything. It's only capping off because of the damage, right? Barb would clear tier 200 by face tanking all the mechanics if it could do the damage, right? It's just the damage factor, the enemy HP scaling too high for it to clear. But I don't think that's where it's at, in my opinion. I think it's... I don't think I want to play that kind of game where there's literally no skill involved. You just run in, face tank every mechanic, destroy everything. There's no real kind of challenge, no excitement behind like a successive like defeat of a boss or a pit clear. I don't think I want to get to that point. I think it's better if we have to struggle a little bit. And then maybe when you get the top end gear from like the hardest bosses, then you're clearing everything like with no issue. Because then you've already destroyed everything in the game, right? You've cleared every hard boss, so the only thing there is now you just want the gear pieces, just to make it easier. Yeah, I agree. And again, I agree. You just heard me. Like, I agree. The Band-Aid to a bad skill. But I mean, isn't that every ultimate skill outside of Petrify? And even Petrify to some degree, because, you know, Petrify just, I mean, it's not bad. It's just kind of boring. You cast Petrify. It doesn't really CC bosses. It gives you a big giant crit damage multiplier on bosses, and that's cool. But overall, it just doesn't look that cool for an ultimate skill. You just kind of, Cataclysm looks cooler. Yeah, I would prefer to have a really tough, really good Cataclysm, in my opinion. Petrify just looks stupid to me. You just cast it, and it doesn't really look like anything. Oh yeah, man, that sword is this like this. See, here's the thing about the sword. I actually really love the affixes on the sword, right? So one of the best affixes they put on the sword was more basic attack skill attack speed. That was really thoughtful. Like, we don't have very many, ways of building basic attack speed. We have plenty of attack speed values, but basic attack speed, that's where we don't have a lot. You have like the rapid aspect. So now that we have another, roll of attack, basic attack speed, and it's a pretty hefty roll, we can come close to capping out that attack speed bucket. And that's kind of cool. I like that. The problem that I have is like 300x. And the reason why I think it works so well with the Druid is because of these Cata gloves. Because not only does the Cataclysm gloves give you 100x damage, but it also gives you infinite resources. So guess what happens when you get infinite uptime on Cataclysm? You don't have to worry about building resources. So now you have 100x damage, infinite resources 100% of the time, and you have a 300x multiplier to your basic attacks. And that's mainly why I want to get the sword, just so I can really see what we can do with our basic attacks. Now obviously that sword's going to be nerfed, but depending on how much they nerf it by will determine, like, is it going to be good? Because if they nerf it by a lot, then your double cast basic attacks are just not going to use it, right? Because double cast is the most valuable aspect. I mean, affix we currently have for tempering. But if they keep it what it is, if they keep it like it is, then obviously the extra attack speed and the massive multiplier will clear double cast affix. And you can still run double cast on your totem and probably get it over 50% if you get it crits in it. So I would say that your overall damage output's going to be significantly higher. And probably on par with Season 4 or slightly above the damage you can achieve in Season 4. Just with the attack speed increases. Even though you're not getting the double cast as often, you're still getting like a hell of a lot more attack speed. And obviously a 300x multiplier. Oh man. But yeah, like, my thing is creativity wise. Like, I really hate the I'm not a huge fan of just adding flat damage multipliers. You can add damage multiplier in a different way, like without needing it to be just like, here is 100x damage. But we'll see what happens. This is only the PTR. I just hope that new in-game content isn't the only season mechanic, because to me that's not really a season mechanic. That's going to be in the base game. So I don't think they said that they're taking that out. I believe they're adding that to the Eternal Realm too. So to me that's not really a season mechanic. I'd rather have something like vampiric powers, things like that. where we actually get some kind of damage increase or some kind of like cool thing to make our characters and our builds a little bit more unique than what they currently are. Now all they need to do is also make our tornadoes prioritize enemies too. I think that's so funny. They made a little text line for lightning strikes, but they didn't do it for tornadoes. I just think they should just make it where Cataclysm in general, without needing a unique item, prioritizes enemies. It's like it should hit enemies. I don't even know why that needs to be on a unique item. Something I think that would be cool if they did with Lacerate, and I think it would just further kind of, I think it would just further make the werewolf aspect of Druid a lot more fun. If Lacerate actually allowed you to keep all the same buffs, right? Like while you're using Lacerate, you're invulnerable. While you're using Lacerate, it kind of does damage ticks. You leap to an enemy now, it does damage ticks. I think it would be really cool if you could use werewolf skills while you have Lacerate active. So, like, if you cast Lacerate, you also can still use Shred, or if you use Tempest Roar, you can still use, like, Tornadoes and Lightning Storm. And I think that would be a really cool way of making and I'm sure it would probably be overpowered, but I would rather it be overpowered for the moment and still be a cool feature, and then they can bring it down later. But I think if they made Lacerate, if they made it where you could use werewolf skills while you're using Lacerate, it would make Lacerate a hell of a lot better. And not just that, but now you immediately get that 40x multiplicative damage added to your character, and I mean, it would look so cool. Imagine you're inside of the Lacerate and Lightning Storm is just popping off, right? Or tornadoes are flying around inside of Lacerate. Or you're shredding inside of Lacerate, just blowing enemies up. I think it would be really interesting. And I think it would be fun and an exciting way to buff Lacerate, but also buff werewolf skills. So, I don't know. I think that would be, in my opinion, the best way to go about doing it, without needing to just do what they're doing with Cataclysm and being like, here's 100x multiplicative damage, guys. Enjoy. It's like, thank you for basically defining every Druid build this season, where everybody's running the Cataclysm gloves. And, I mean, why wouldn't you? You can easily get it infinite uptime, infinite resources, and 100x multiplier. Why would you turn that down? You'd be crazy to turn that down. I'm fine with it being a shorter season, but the idea that you shouldn't get hyped for a season, I don't like that, man. I don't like that at all. In fact, I think you should be more hyped for a shorter season. I think they should go crazy and do some insane shit for a short season, right? Because it's short. Why not? And then not only do you build hype off of the shorter season, but you roll that into your expansion, bro. If you're sitting here making a season and it's going to be a shorter season and it's boring and before you launch your expansion, that's a terrible idea. It should be crazy fun. It should showcase, it should highlight, not showcase, sorry. It should highlight all the funnest aspects of your game. And then people going into the season, they're going to, like, going into the expansion, they're going to be super stoked, right? They're going to be incredibly excited. They're going to get to test out all this new stuff. And they already have, like, this really good feeling coming off the Season 5. So if you end up making a shitty season before your expansion launches, I don't think it's going to be as impactful, right? People aren't going to be as excited. Hey, what's up, Mel? How you doing, brother? Thanks, my man. My man is representing all of the Turkish Diablo players out there. Oh, and congratulations on your 1,000 subs, bro. Congratulations, man. Yeah, right? No, you have to equip the aspect, bro. You got to equip Storm Chasers just for your tornadoes to actually attack enemies. Like, that is the dumbest shit. They need to also take a lot of the aspects. I want to put this in a video, But a lot of the aspects that they have on Druid just need to be put into the skills, man. Storm Chaser should just be put right into Tornado. Your Tornado should attack enemies. Like, it's not even... I don't even know how you design a skill. Again, I don't know how you design a skill to not hit enemies. Just doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, most of the, like, Tornado already doesn't have anything super crazy you can get from, you know, aspects. So the only aspect that really directly affects Tornado in the actual setup, right, where you're affecting the skill and not just getting a damage multiplier, is Storm Chaser. And the fact that all it does is make your tornadoes actually function, I think that's kind of boring, man. It'd be nice if they could just bake that into the skill itself and then, you know, do something cool with the Storm Chaser aspect. Did her health just reset? That's weird. She didn't go open air. Nothing. And there, I have no baneful hearts. I hope he ain't trying to trade. I have 0. Oh, man. Yeah, they definitely need to bring back the mine cages. That's what I was gonna say earlier. A lot of the cool little things they add to the game for like seasonal stuff or for events, they should just keep in the game. Like the treasure goblin sacks, bro. They should have kept that in the game. That was fun. Chasing down a treasure goblin and you knew you were gonna get this cool little consumable where you could get items out of it. They should just keep stuff like that in the game. Like the lunar event that they had in season 2, where you got these cool or was it season? Yeah, it was season 2, I believe. Where you could get these really cool shrines and stuff in dungeons that give you XP boosts. They should have kept that stuff in the game. That stuff's so much fun. And just like these mine cages, I think if they increase the level, instead of being 10 levels above your character, maybe 20, and then you could get a little bit more difficulty out of it in your in-game setups, it'd be pretty decent. And then obviously I'm a big fan of the elixirs that they added into season 2. Flicker step. Oh, he's got hearts back here, so we'll just stick it out. We will stick it out, see if we can't get anything good. But I think, too, like, a lot of the aspects for the Druid class need to be baked in. Like, for instance, for Pulverize, right? Shockwave is really good. Obviously, it gives you a big damage boost. But it also changes the way the skill looks in a meaningful way, so it's pretty cool, right? And if you get lucky, you get that double overpower on Shockwave and Pulverize hit, so it gives you a big, giant damage boost with your overpowers. I think that's pretty neat. Earthsign Horror, on the other hand, that's where it's like, you're only picking up an aspect so you can give it an Earth skill tag, and that to me is kind of boring. They should incorporate, if anything, they should go ahead and just make Pulverize an Earth skill, or if anything, you know, keep Earthsign Horror being the thing used to give you an Earth tag, but also make it do something cooler, like, or. And what they could do is allow your Shockwave when you cast your Pulverize to also cast your Earth Sign Horror in that giant frontal kind of damage area that you cast it in. So now you get this big giant line of like spiky earth little things popping out of the ground. I don't know. I just think Earth Sign Horror is really boring because it doesn't really do anything for your character other than give you an earth tag, and that's not... It's like a whole aspect slot for earth tag. Oh, and Softcore? Bro, this is the only one I have, bro, that's in hardcore. I only have this class built out for doing basic attacks. I'd have to basically make a bunch of characters and delete them just to have the stuff. So it's like this is the only one I have the basic attack set up for, where I could actually showcase a higher, you know, level of damage. I'm gonna keep that ring. This is why I should have spent most of my time in softcore than in hardcore. But I wanted to play a lot of hardcore early on this season because I wanted to test out all of the like building out a character without all of the damage reduction. So I don't really regret it. It'll just make my hardcore characters much easier to build out going forward. I know exactly what I want to do for every season. Let me see if I can... Do we have any more weapons stashes over here? No. Let's go over here. Oh yeah, Paragon nodes are trash, man. Well, what do we have? We have Earth and Devastation, Thunderstruck. The Werebear one's pretty good, right? I don't mind the Werebear one. I don't like how they changed the Inner Beasts, making it where you reset the buff. I wish they would have left it the way it was and just gave you a and just buffed it up. It was a great way of giving you spirit cost reduction. But I think again, I think the overall problem now is like, why are you going to build out spirit cost reduction on the Druid when you can just use Catagloves and get 100%? You get 100x multiplier in infinite resources. So that's going to be. I think that's a pretty. I think that's I don't know. To me, that doesn't feel as good as I feel like we're just stepping right back into Shepherds, where we have build-defining things that we have to equip on everything. Now, it's not as boring as Shepherds, don't get me wrong. It's definitely better than Shepherds. You have more skills you can use on your skill bar. It's definitely not as boring as Shepherds, and overall, I would take this over Shepherds any day. But it's still, like... It's fixed. Like, there's no flexibility in it. If you want to, sure, you can make that a build without it, but it's going to suffer. Yeah, Constricting Tendrils, that was like the biggest slap in the face from the mid-season patch for the Druid, when they gave us a buff on Constricting Tendrils and it was just a 30% base damage increase, right? The fact that that legendary node even exists as a legendary node just tells you all you need to know about the Druid class. Like, I'm sure every other class has that same kind of feeling where there's so many things on the class that just don't make any sense. But that's a big one for me. Like a legendary node like the Constricting Tendrils node. That's a big one for me. Let's see. Let's go ahead and open up the mysteries here. I haven't found the new staff. I would love to do it MR8, but I have not found the new staff, so I can't really do a pulverized build utilizing the new staff. Although I do think the new staff would probably work the best on a pulverized build. The problem I have is you would just lose your shockwave on a two-hander, man. Losing the shockwave aspect on a two-hander, because pulverized can typically give up the most in terms of your aspect slots. It doesn't feel as bad to lose certain things on pulverized, but that two-hand slot, man. Anytime you give up a two-hand slot for a unique item, that unique item better be damn good. I mean, it better be amazing, because that is like that is the only one we got, man. It's the only just like the amulet slot. That's why no one runs Banished Lords. It's funny, the one overpower amulet that should be, you know, paramount in a pulverized build setup that utilizes nothing but overpower, no one runs, because our amulet slot is so important to Druid, and we need that extra damage that we get from it. So it's hard to think about building out anything. Even, I mean, that's the biggest issue with Kronstaff, right? Kronstaff, and the reason why Stormclaw is so underwhelming this season is because Kronstaff takes up both aspect slots. It's a big two-hand slot. You can't build up an aspect on it. You can't temper an affixes. The affixes on Kronstaff are pretty, you know, pitiful, in my opinion. So it just makes it hard to set up. Yeah, I agree that Lupine, I agree. I felt that immediately, so I spent some time testing it off stream myself. And ultimately what I felt like is it's just too hard to consistently keep that third hit proccing with your Lupine Ferocity, because if you mess up even a little bit, if you swing one time and you don't hit, you know, if you just mess up a little bit, you end up getting it like off of that every third hit landing on Lupine Ferocity, and then it just feels terrible. So yeah, I mean, my immediate feeling about Shred, I watched Rax's video on Shred. I think he kind of gets it, but one of the things he said in the video was just make it a storm skill, and I'm just like, oh my god, like, not everything is a storm or earth skill, man. Everything. Like, you can't have a werebear build, it has to be earth, right? You have to incorporate earth into it. You can't have a werewolf build, you have to create storm skills, you know, add storm tags to it. It's kind of sad that we can't separate those things. Like, I'm all for builds that utilize multiple aspects of the Druid class, because I personally enjoy those the most. But there are a ton of Druid players who just want to play a werewolf, or just want to play a werebear, and they just want those skills to function well without needing it to be an earth skill or needing it to be a storm skill. And they should. Like, the skills should function well without needing to add multiple multipliers that exist in your tree, you know, from being an earth skill or from being a storm skill. So that's my opinion. I just think that those skills should function independently. And then if you want to turn them into storm skills or earth skills and, you know, kind of make a different build, that's cool with me. I'm fine with that. I'm happy with having multiple builds, right? Build diversity is always fun. But anytime where you basically, like, where's Human Druid at this, you know, in Season 5? What are we going to do with Human Druid? Absolutely nothing. Because quick shift is so important, height and senses is so important. I'm sure you can make a lot of human setups and they'll be okay, but at the end of the day, like, you're missing a lot if you don't pick up quick shift, right? You're missing a lot of multiplicative damage. You're missing a lot of damage reduction. Like, super easy access to a ton of damage reduction, super easy access to a ton of movement speed, tons of multiplicative damage bonuses. Like, why would you run anything other than shapeshift? So it's, I don't know. They definitely aren't, you know, using the full potential of the class. There's so much potential in the class to be incredibly creative and exciting to play, and it's just like, we just keep getting pushed into, you know, these fixed setups where we can't really use the most creativity that we should be using with a class that has so many different interesting aspects to it, right? I mean, can you point me to a season where a werewolf build hasn't been, like, the best build for werewolf hasn't been a caster build? That doesn't use a bug. Okay, let's not pick Poison Shred. That was a bug. It's like, when his Shred been the build? Never has, right? It's been Tornado, or it's been Lightning Storm, or something like that. Yeah, exactly. Like, there should be options. Funneling everything into a storm tag is just boring. And you shouldn't have to. But I would say that it is probably the quickest fix outside of just overhauling the class. I don't know. Like, just basically doing a complete rework of the entire class. I will say the one thing he did miss on his video about the spirit boons, though, we should not have to teleport all the way back to the stronghold to spirit bond into a different spirit. But I will say it's not that big of a deal, because what are you going to spirit bond into outside of the eagle anyway? The eagle is the one you're going to spirit bond in because it has the best boons. So it's not really that big of a deal. Just it would be nice for that to be different, but I don't exactly know why you would pick anything other than what you would pick for your boons. It's like the boons that are good are clearly the best boons, and the boons that are bad are so bad that you wouldn't even think to touch them. So there's really no argument to make for certain boons. Even with the buffs that they made to several boons that no one uses, they're still not significant enough, right? I think the one we've seen the most in was the deer, and they buffed the, you know, they buffed up the maximum spirit, they buffed up the thorns, they buffed up the advantageous beast node to give you some movement speed. But the problem is what's better than having damage reduction from elites? After you take all the damage reduction rolls out of the game, you're never not going to use damage reduction. It's like, why would you get rid of the one easy choice there? You're not. Not for some movement speed. And then on top of that, in Season 5, they're reducing the duration of crowd control effects, making the buff that they gave to Advantageous Beast even worse, even more worse than what it is. Or I would say just pointless. I don't even do these infernal compasses anyway. I like doing the infernal horde mode, even though it needs to be a lot better, but I'm not doing the compasses, so just not rewarding enough. Yeah, a lot of, and see, I get that. Like, I want to play a werewolf build like that, bro. I want to play a werewolf build where I'm not, you know, casting lightning storm and casting tornadoes. I would love to play a werewolf build where I'm using all the aspects of the werewolf. And that's again why I think it would be really cool if in Lacerate you could use werewolf abilities, because it would immediately solve the AoE problems that Shred has, where now you have your Lacerate up doing a lot of AoE damage, also buffing up your damage, and then you can cast Shred inside of Lacerate, and you're just bouncing around with Shred while your Lacerate is doing damage ticks too. I think that would be really cool, but I don't foresee them doing that. I foresee them doing something like what they did with the Cataclysm gloves, where they just give you a flat damage multiplier, and they're just like, here you go, enjoy it, right? Or they'll take the gibbous and they'll give it like a massive buff to the damage, and then that's what you'll get. And your Shred build will basically just be exactly that, where you're just using the gibbous. But I don't know. It'd be interesting to see what would happen if they actually spent some time with each class. I feel like Season 5 should have been a massive balancing season. Because when Season 6 hits and we get a brand new class, they're not going to be caring about everything else. They're going to be managing everything with the expansion. It's like everything with the expansion is going to take priority, which it should. And then every problem that currently exists will probably be amplified and then also put back for like another, what, 2 seasons? I would imagine Season 7 is going to address a lot of the problems that occur in Season 6. And then finally, maybe in Season 8, we'll revisit some of the problems that currently exist in the game. So I feel like Season 5 should have been a big season to do a lot of balancing, bug fixing. And I know this is a PTR, and I'm always, you know, I'm aware that things will change. But the funny thing is that during the Season 4 PTR, I specifically posted out on X about how, like, we're basically going to turn this into a season where Barbarian is, again, the strongest class in the game. And I got a reply back from Adam, and he was like, you know, this is a PTR, you know, things will change. And I'm like, as soon as Season 4 launches, it's pretty obvious, like, nothing really changed. Nothing really changed, and we were still basically in the same spot. The game is a lot better, obviously, but in terms of, like, balancing, making sure every class is competitive in the meta, outside of bugs, there isn't really much competition. Yeah, there's really no point, man. Yeah, poison should definitely needs to be viable. I mean, obviously, poison is like the... there's so many things about werewolf, and not just that, one of our companions is, you know, straight poison damage that rely on poison, so it would be nice if they did something with the poison damage to make it a lot better. So maybe you could build some really cool poison werewolf build, right? Rabies, and use like shred, the poison passive off shred and the poison passive off claw, and you're just like stacking tons of poison damage. That would be really interesting, but we'll see. I don't know. Yeah, the thorns. You know, I'm not necessarily opposed to having thorns be a thing, but there's just no real way to scale thorns, right? I think a lot of the issues with the druid is that they just put things where they are, and they don't really think about how they work with the class, right? I think one of the biggest things that I've pointed out that I think is a direct example of that was when they added the shout tags to debilitating roar and blood howl if you use an aspect, which I think is hilarious, right? They just added shout tags, and they didn't really think about how they would actually function as shouts, because there's no, you know, we don't have a passive tree dedicated shouts. We don't have anything that says these should be shouts, right? It's not like Barbarian where they have entire passive trees, as well as, you know, glyphs, things like that are dedicated to their shouts to make them useful. We don't have that because the class wasn't designed to have shouts, but they just add it there for no real reason. And the funny part is, again, like the fact that in order for Bloodhowl to be a shout, you need an aspect. But who the hell is using that aspect? I, in a million years, would not use that aspect. Like, there's no reason to use it. So if they had a purpose for it, they would basically have to design an entire set of like passives, a glyph, everything. Like, they would basically have to go back through and actually look at the class and be like, how could we fit a Thorns build on Druid? Because until they do that, there's, you know, it's no point. There's really no point. Hopefully I did get a Doombringer, by the way. So if you guys, you know, we can now use Doombringer on Druid for whatever that's worth. So if you want to stack out a metric ton of HP, you can now with that big giant HP roll. It doesn't really work that well outside of that. So Doombringer is a thing now, which I'm good about. I like that stuff. So anytime we get more Uber uniques, or I should, what is it now? Ancestral unique items or something like that. I gotta stop saying Uber uniques or no one's gonna know what I'm talking about now. Yeah, if I could get that, sword, and if I could get that sword, we would be set. I think I've opened up everything here. I guess we could just open up this other. Let me go back over to the other side. No, I opened up all the. I think I opened up all the weapon chests over there. We'll do this. See if we get lucky. Yeah, grandfather, right? You see, I've been saying that though. I feel like we should be able to use two-hand swords. I've been saying that forever. Like, swords should have already been a thing for the druid. We have multiple crit damage multipliers, yet we could only use axes, maces, and staves. And it's like, the one weapon that gives us crit damage we can't use. It doesn't make any sense, right? But at least we can use one-hand swords. But yeah, I would definitely rather have the grandfather. Even though I think it's a lot less impactful on the class because, again, to use the grandfather, you'd have to give up an entire two-hand aspect slot. And that is pretty rough on the druid. You do not want to give up that two-hand slot for just about anything. I don't know what I could do here. I've pretty much done everything I can in this Helltide. I'll just go open up this chest. It's not going to do anything, but... just go clear our inventory and do something different. Maybe run some low tier pits because I can't kill the boss because the HP's bugged. It's this ring. Yeah, let's go ahead and see if we can't temper this ring to give us Ooh, that's another thing I hate about the changes they made. The fact that they took the damage to crowd control enemies off the staff. Absolutely hate that change. Let me see what you said. Lightning Storm has... Yeah, I agree. Lightning Storm not having temperings is a huge problem. I mean, come on, are you sure, Jay? You sure you don't want to use Lightning Storm duration, bro? That thing is overpowered. Come on. I just want to showcase the damage of your ultimate skill here on a boss dummy, even with the changes and the catagloves. Look at that damage, man. Look at that damage, guys. 100x on Cataclysm. Lightning's finally hitting the boss, the training dummy. Look at how powerful Cataclysm, man. It's Cataclysm. The name of the skill, it's Cataclysm, just destruction, just mayhem, and it barely kills a boss training dummy. You gotta love it, man. Oh, did you see our tornadoes? Let's do that one more time, just for the lulz, you know. Let's go ahead and look at our tornadoes. Watch our tornadoes do absolutely devastatingly big numbers here. Watch these tornadoes go. Whew! Look at those tornadoes, guys. What in the world? We are too strong. Look at the chest just getting beat up over here. The chest is just taking hits. The chest is just getting blown up by our tornadoes. Those tornadoes are powerful, guys. That is Cataclysm right there. Ultimate skill Cataclysm with the gloves, guys. 100x multiplier. You can't beat that. You can't beat that. Yeah, I'm trying to get Shard on hardcore, Zach.
I need more time.
They'll buff Bard. Yeah, they'll buff the Bard. It's like, whoa, this Cataclysm's way too strong. Way too strong. They need to do something about that. We can't have those tornadoes just running around hitting chests, right? We can't do that. Yeah, but listen, hey, lightning is still getting a pretty sizable buff, man. Like that attack speed is pretty big. It just needs more temperings. And I think they can add temperings, but yeah, that attack speed change is huge for Lightning Storm. It definitely puts it on par, in my opinion, with Tornado. Yeah, that's my problem. I only have, Zach, I only have a character built out in Hardcore for basic skills. Because I played basically the majority of my season in Hardcore. Oh god, it's stuck on a... Anytime enemies are close to walls or something like that, it like bugs out your damage. Your damage just doesn't even apply. Oh, I can confirm that, bro. Yeah, it definitely works on dots for wind shear. Yeah, I wouldn't be using it if it didn't. Everything works for dots on wind. Like, it's just a flat... I wouldn't be looking for it... Yeah, but I do agree, like, Kata needs those temperings. I don't know what they would do with it. Obviously, it seems kind of weird that the chance to the double cast. Here's the other problem I run into, right? Which gloves do you use for Lightning Storm? Do you use Kata gloves for Lightning Storm to get a 100x multiplier? Or do you still use the, Ascetic Wraps? Because I'm kind of questioning that. Like, the biggest part about the best part about the Ascetic Wraps is that it gives you that extra lightning strike, right? But a 100x multiplier basically does that. You know what I mean? Like, you're getting double the damage on all your lightning strikes, and you're not relying on crits. Plus, you get infinite resources. So the Ascetic Wraps look nice too, but infinite resources and 100x multiplier might actually just be far better. I would test that out, but unfortunately my hardcore character with Lightning Storm and Doombringer died because of the boss bug, the stacking debuff and the high health. I got too many debuffs, and obviously the health was like, the boss's health was crazy. I was just about to kill the boss, and then I got, like, ping-ponged into, like, multiple damage sources. So I lost that one. Oh, the talisman is OP, bro. It's not even a, you can look at it. The talisman with this setup. So that's what I was saying. If you go to my video where I'm going over my day one summary, that talisman with these gloves. So you equip the talisman, you get 100x multiplier, infinite resources, 50% critical strike chance, and a metric ton of critical strike damage. Just with those two items. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. Just with those two. It's literally like you're going to run it on everything. You're going to have to. I mean, you'll use it on Shred. Absolutely. If you don't use it on Shred, you're crazy. It's basically a pocket Gibbous without any conditional. Like, you get 100% crit chance. It's easy to build 50% crit chance. That extra 50 coming from a talisman, bro, like, that means you're going to invest in so many other... Like, but it's crossed all builds. Pulverize. Now you no longer have to stack crit as a tempering because you get 100% crit. So now you can go into damage temperings, more critical strike damage, more overpower damage for your overpowers. You know what I'm saying? Like, you literally don't have, like, crit is, and I don't think it's going to make it through that powerful, like being that powerful. But even if it's 25% crit chance, like, that gets you so close to 100% crit chance that the few extra crit chance won't even matter, right? Because you can get a hell of a lot of crit chance on your in-game builds with temperings, not temperings, but masterworks and greater affixes. So you can easily go over 50% crit chance without needing any items. Just having GAs on crit chance, as well as maybe like 1 or 2 masterwork crits, right? So even if it's 25% crit chance, it's still going to get you so close to 100 that it doesn't even matter. Like, you're still going to run that amulet. Look at, I'm stuck in the pillar. That's always fun. Sorry if I'm running into walls. I'm looking down at the chat while I'm kind of playing through the dungeon. Yeah, that's the thing, man. It's like, you know, every time they... Why couldn't it be a totem, right? Why couldn't it be a totem unique? We don't have a single totem unique. Why couldn't it be a totem unique? Why does it need to be a glove? Like, we're already, like, oversaturated in certain, certain slots. It just doesn't seem like, it would be really nice if it was a totem unique instead of, gloves. Like, I could deal with the totem unique. Wouldn't be that big of a loss. I will say I don't like the fact that they changed the totem to give you lucky hit now instead of cooldown. That double cooldown was nice. Yeah, when they said they wanted us to have 2 to 4 unique items on every build, that was the target. I was like, what? Like, what's unique about uniques then? Like, what's so unique? Like, we're running them in like, what? 4 slots is basically half of our slots here? We're already running so many uniques. Like, I even have 4 uniques on this build just because. But, I mean, I would love to not have so many unique items. Like, I would love to just have cool aspects, cool temperings, and then there'd be like one really cool unique item that you could use to really elevate a build, instead of just like, here's 2 to 4 unique item slots. I don't know. That's just my preference, though. I don't think that necessarily needs to be the case. I'm fine with 4 unique items. My only issue with that is the fact that unique items are so boring. Like, they're just so boring. What's the best unique items just give you a flat damage increase. They're not transformative in any way. Like, I wish they were far more transformative, and I wish they would do some cool things with your skills. Like, make them look cooler. Not just like, oh, here's a multiplier for your damage. Interesting. Like Cataclysm duration, I agree. Obviously, that would be the best Cataclysm duration. Like, that's what would basically build it up to be the best, to where you could have an easy infinite uptime on Cataclysm. Let's go do... Man, I don't want to run another... I hate running these pits right now with the boss HP the way it is. Let's go open up this Tree Whispers. But yeah, definitely Cataclysm needs something better. Like, Duration is obviously the best choice there. I don't think building out the damage would do anything. I just show, like, Cataclysm on a boss training dummy barely kills the boss training dummy. So they would literally have to, like, I feel like they would have to, like, 100x the damage. Like, they would have to increase the damage so much to the point where it would be overpowered and then they could bring it back down. Because there's, right now, all of our ultimate skills are basically just like utility, right? You're just using it to buff up your damage. It doesn't really do damage by itself. It's buffing your damage, giving you some kind of multiplier, debuffing, you know, it's nothing like that's really... It's nothing that screams ultimate skill where it does some crazy thing. And then they gutted Grizzly Rage, so... The only ultimate skill that was really, you know, probably worth running in, like, the meta that they're creating, where you actually get some use out of your ultimate skills because you're not stuck to shepherds, you know. But you know, there's no point now because they made it where you have to go through the cooldown. Yeah, that lucky hit on the... Man, that lucky hit to Totem is so bad. But, yeah, I think with the staff, it was just nice to be able to basically cap out your Earth and Devastation node without needing damage to crowd control enemies, because, honestly, having damage to crowd control enemies sucks anyway. It doesn't really affect your boss damage. Anytime something doesn't affect your boss damage. I'm fine with axes being changed, although I will say that I would have preferred them to change axes to being like damage while healthy instead of changing it to dot damage. Like, damage while healthy is probably a better change. Like, damage to healthy enemies, to me, with the fact that everything is like high tier content, would be like pits and all the enemies have so much HP that you're not one-shotting them, makes it feel really bad. But if you change that to just damage while healthy and you make it a big giant amount of damage, then probably does way more for you. Let me go ahead and just get rid of all these. I'm gonna sell these boss mats too. I'll keep like we'll go do... really, we don't need to do a boss, to be honest. We just need to keep farming, trying to get the shard here. Where's our Helltide at? Is it not up right? Oh, there we go. It just popped up. Thought we were on time. I think the thing with Clarity, man, with Clarity, right? It's such a good... Here's the thing with Clarity, right? So this was... This was not a bad idea, right? I don't think it's a bad idea. It's just... There aren't many builds that can take advantage of it, right? So the best builds you could probably use with that, I mean, obviously Hurricane, but who wants to play Hurricane? Like, I don't have a problem with Hurricane being a build that people can have. I'm fine with it. I just think Hurricane itself is incredibly boring. It looks really boring to use, and then running around, and it's kind of clunky too, right? You got to get an overpower, and then you have to use your companion skills, but your companion skills can proc your provocation, which means that you can't use your companion skills while you have a provocation up, so you have to basically stack up the buff while you don't have provocation. Then you get provocation, you cast Hurricane, and then you spend like the next 20 seconds, 30 seconds trying to do the exact same thing. So ultimately, it just feels bad, right? It's boring. It's boring to look at. It's just annoying to try to do. Plus, the overall damage you get from it you know, it's nice. Like, you can get some pretty high hits, but you know, it's not like you can't get the same exact thing from a build that doesn't require you to do all of that annoyance, right, before you actually get it. So I don't, and then what's the other one? Pulverize, right? So Pulverize is a great way to use Clarity. You can use a companion skill. Well, at least with my Pulverize build, I can put Clarity in there. But most people aren't doing it because all they want to do is build out crit chance on their gear pieces, and then they just want to spam the hell out of Pulverize, right? So you're not really using it, but that would probably be the best next skill for using Clarity. And I think, honestly, like, you're not going to use it for anything else, right? Like, why would you want to cast a companion skill between every tornado you cast? Or why would you want to stop channeling lightning to cast a companion skill? Or why would you want to use shred and then a companion skill? It doesn't make any sense. Like, it doesn't function with the way the class is designed. It's not, like I said, it's not a bad idea. It just doesn't work with the druid class. There's no point to and yeah, I think a change could be that they make it apply to your ultimate skills, and that would be better. But I also think that they would need to I think with provocation they need to allow you to set what skills overpower with provocation, like give you like a drop down table where you can select like core skills, ultimate skills, wrath skills, so that way your companion skills aren't eating up your provocation procs, so that way you can time and overpower with it. Just feels really bad because you're constantly balancing things, and it ultimately just makes you avoid it altogether. Like, I even played around with it for a little while, and you know, it gives you that crit chance, which is nice, but it just feels clunky. Maybe we can get a helmet. Nope. I've yet to get that helmet either, so I'm still looking for that. Let's go do the Blood Maiden. I like the fact that they put the Blood Maiden emblem over the actual summoning, so that's nice. Oh, I don't have a... Oh, I do have 100. I was like, okay. It's like I don't have 100 yet. Yeah, they could definitely scale. They could definitely scale Cataclysm up, but again, I think they just need to make the base skill function appropriately. Like, your tornadoes should go after enemies without needing to have an aspect. Your lightning strikes should hit enemies without needing a pair of unique gloves. There's no world where designing an ultimate skill you should ever have it designed to where it doesn't hit enemies. Like, there's no. I don't even know how that would get past anything. To design a skill to not hit enemies is kind of stupid. It doesn't make any sense. See if we can't find us a weapon chest. That one back there was a two-hand weapon. I don't want a two-hand weapon. I guess we'll just go get this mystery chest, see if we get lucky. At least, though, if we get a unique sword drop and it's not an uber unique, we know what it is, right? We know exactly what it is. Yeah, I would. It does work for tornadoes. I mean, you don't really test things that you don't use, right? Like, there's never been any, like, reason why you would run Cataclysm. Petrify has always been the best ultimate. And they made it even better, so. And the damage is so bad. It just only gives you a couple tornadoes anyway. It's like, here's some tornadoes that don't do anything. I gotta get like 40 more. I got a ring. Where'd he go? Man, this Baneful Heart thing. Why would they do that? Why would they change that? That's so bad. Who's making these choices? That's who I want to talk to. I'd love to talk to that person who's like sitting there is like, yeah, they're just getting way too many Baneful Hearts. We need to bring that down, guys. It's just too much. It's like, what are you smoking? It's like, that's one of the best aspects of the Helltide this season. I can't think of anybody who's posting out like, I'm so bored of killing the Blood Maiden. I'm so bored of getting all those items. You know, they should really nerf this Baneful Heart Rate draw because I spend way too much time getting an inventory full of items. Like, I really don't like that. Like, who's saying that? Who posted that? Bosses. I think bosses are the best, but yeah, there's something really weird about the PTR where, and this happened on the first PTR, where it feels like you starting out, you're getting like recipes from doing anything. And then suddenly your recipe drop rate goes like to almost 0. It feels super weird. And then you just, I don't know what it is, but it's definitely a thing. And the best thing you can do is just go kill bosses. I feel like I get more recipes consistently from bosses than I do anything else. And it's the fastest way to do it too. Oh, and also the landslide, Nature's Fury landslide does still work on the PTR. Now, I don't know if they'll bug, like if they're going to fix that for the main game, but it still does pretty decent damage. Like, it's still a very viable, it's still very viable for running landslide build. So if you guys really enjoy that, and I don't think it's going to be that big a, that big of a nerf with some of the different unique items if they maintain like their damage levels, which most certainly they won't, but Nature's Fury landslide is still pretty good. So if you want to run like a plain landslide build with like Bear, or you want to run Nature's Fury landslide, you'll still be able to, if all things remain the same and they don't, like, there's not some bug fix that they do. But we'll see. We will see. I'm just no one-hand weapon. Let's go up here, see if we have any one-hand chests up here. I will say, man, that attack speed change with Lightning Storm is definitely a big deal, though. I honestly wonder if they can fix it to where you can channel, like, if your Nature's Fury could proc while you're channeling Lightning Storm. If they change that, if it wouldn't really make Nature's Fury Lightning Storm with the attack speed so much better, then I don't know, because landslides are pretty good. And you could run both Earth and Devastation and Thunderstruck for your landslides. So I don't know. It definitely would work a lot better. It'd be interesting to see what that build would look like. Because it is really fast. Like, the channeling is crazy fast. I think you're not even going to, like, pulse it anymore. Just because of how fast. Unless you have it, like, on some kind of... like, for me, I play on controller. So the fastest way for me to do it is just to channel it. Just because there's only so fast you can hit your trigger on your controller. But I know for PC, you could probably attach it to, like, your scroll wheel or something. From what I've seen it does, man, I noticed a pretty significant difference in the attack speed of my Lightning Storms when they would pop off while I was doing the Nature's Fury landslide. I did notice a pretty significant increase to the amount of Lightning Storm procs I was getting. It was just popping really fast. So it did seem to definitely affect that. So that's a two-hander. We're looking for one-hander.
I need time to do that.
I could probably swap over to my landslide build in Softcore. I'll probably do a little bit more farming here, guys, but honestly, like, this is boring. This is boring for me. Like, I don't like the fact that I have to sit here and do this Hell Tide. I don't even have another Baneful Heart. I want that sword, man. I want to really try out. I don't want to just try out Wind Shear, though. I want to try out a Claw setup. I want to try out Maul setup. I want to try out all the different basic attacks, because I think it'd be really interesting. For Season 5, I think that for Season 5 so far, in my opinion, like, Earth Skill builds, Landslide, Pulverize, I think those are going to see probably the most significant bump up. Obviously, Companions. I think Companions are going to be ridiculous. They already, like, a Wolves build is already really powerful in the live server. So just add, you know, just add another 200x damage to that, man. It's going to be pretty crazy. So Companions are going to be really good. Wolves build will be really good in my... I think it will be one-shotting a lot of things with Wolves. And the fact that they can now not be killed with that aspect is going to make them even better. Like, your Wolves now, they won't die, and they're really dumb as shit. So the fact that they won't die now is going to be a huge benefit. And then... and now you can even summon more Wolves, right? So now you can get the aspect on lucky hits that allow you to summon more Wolves. And that's always good, right? You're going to have 6 Wolves. So pretty powerful will that won't die. 6 Wolves that won't die. So I think Wolves builds are going to be crazy. I think you're going to see the most increase to Wolves builds. And I still think Tornado and Lightning Storm builds will be really good. Just probably not as good as those previously mentioned builds. I think Lightning Storm is going to catch up to Tornado and maybe even be the better Storm build that people may will build out, just because Lightning Storm is a lot better at dumping out damage, like, faster. Like, Tornadoes are cool, but they're slow and they don't, you know, give you that immediate pop in your damage, and Lightning Storm just gives you the damage, right? You just channel it, bang, you get the damage. Storm Slide build, I think, will be perfectly fine, unless they nerf some things with how the Earthbreaker Ring functions and how Landslide Pillars can proc your Nature's Fury. If they do bug fix, or what most people are calling nerfs now, which aren't really nerfs, they're just bug fix. If they do that, then it probably won't be as good, or not even anywhere near as good. And it would probably just be better to build out your Landslide instead of going the Nature's Fury route. Basic attack builds like Stormclaw, it's hard to say because we don't know how they're going to adjust our unique items, right? So if they adjust our Crone Staff to the point where it's actually really good, then you could definitely see Stormclaw being useful. If they give it, I mean, it would have to be, they would have to definitely increase the damage. Like, they would have to increase the damage by a lot. But if they do that, I could see it being useful. If not, then every basic attack build is going to be using the Shard. And if the Shard is nerfed by a lot, it's going to be really bad for basic attack builds. And I think Wind Shear will probably be the only one that people will have any remotely, like, have any success with. Although the double cast Earth Spike basic attack build might see a bit of a bump up too. However, the 1 second duration on the aspect is pretty bad. Like, you can get it down to like 0.6 seconds, but it's still pretty awful. I don't like it. But yeah, I mean, overall, I think Earth builds, Earth skill builds, and companion builds probably going to be your best choices for the season with the way the PTR looks right now. But I can't really say definitively until they put out the official patch notes. Obviously, quick shift builds, super easy to get access to damage reduction and damage multipliers. So quick shift builds are probably still going to be the best builds. I don't know what to do with Human Druid. I mean, you can make the case for a Shaco. Shaco's great to have. You know, probably the only reason why you would go Human Druid. And the new helmet, right? The new helmet gives you a pretty big damage bonus, but there's no shot that that helmet makes it to the official game. Well, I can't say that. I wouldn't be surprised if they put that helmet in the live server. But with everything that it currently does. But I also feel like there's like a 95% chance they just nerf that thing outright. So, quick shift just offers you so much. And then again, also I will say that anything, you're gonna run Bjorn's Fang's Tusks on everything because you can't really pass it up, right? So Bjorn Fangs, without if they don't nerf the multiplier, which I'd imagine they would, but if they don't, it's like 100% uptime on Cataclysm gives you 100x multiplier plus infinite resources. So I'm just reading through the chat real fast. Yeah, exactly, Zach. The Cataclysm is just super easy to get up infinite. You can keep that bad boy up, and when you hit that 75% cooldown, your Cataclysm is up all day, every day. Like, you could probably cast it, go to sleep, wake up, and it'll still be going. Yeah, I would say I mean pretty far behind. Pretty far behind. I don't think they will be pretty far behind. I don't think they will be pretty far behind. I think they will be behind, but I don't think they'll be pretty far behind. I still think they're going to be decent, but I don't think they'll be... Because you got to think, right? What are you going to do? Instead of what you're going to basically cap out your Thunderstruck node, right? And then you're probably going to run crit damage on all of your tempering after. What am I doing? Why'd I do that? Let me go see if we can just open up some of these chests and get another Baleful Heart. So you're going to cap out your Thunderstruck node, and then you're probably going to roll like crit damage, right? And you're going to get a bunch of out of your crit damage, and that'll still apply pretty well to your tornadoes and your lightning storms. So I don't know if they'll be super far behind, but I do suspect that they will be, you know, they definitely won't be the best builds. But again, that's just like if they don't buff them, which they probably will. Like, I think they probably will buff up the skills. I don't think they'll be weird. I mean, you'll just basically take the points that you would use for your Ancestral Guidance board, and you would just put them somewhere else. Like, you'll just put them somewhere else to increase your damage. You might not get that damage output, but you're also not getting Ancestral Guidance 100% of the time, right? You have to spend the resources to get Ancestral Guidance, and it's kind of weird because you want to get resource cost reduction for your skills so you can spam your skills, but you have to use 75 spirit to get Ancestral Guidance, so I don't think it'll be that big of a deal. I mean, it's not even, it's like 30x, I think. And you have infinite resources, so you never have to worry. You might lose damage from the fact that you're not getting the Ancestral Guidance, but you're getting a 100x multiplier, and you can also not have to invest in resource generation, so then you can stack out more damage affixes. There's ways to kind of build that damage back, right? So now I no longer have to run resource generation. I can now run willpower. I can now run more damage, on certain areas of my builds and not worry about resource generation, right? Plus you're getting, even though Cataclysm doesn't do a, crazy amount of damage, you're still getting damage from Cataclysm being on your bar and being up all the time. So you're still getting those lightning procs. Sometimes I think people don't think about the things that they can apply to their builds when they lose certain things. But then again, it's like, who knows, they might even just fix that to where you're still, getting the buff from Ancestral Guidance. And it probably should work that way anyway, because it doesn't say that you get 100% spirit cost reduction. It says that you get infinite resources. So you should still be using resources. You should just not really see it affect your resource bar because, you have infinite amount of resources. So it seems more like an oversight than something that's intended, because I could see it not working if you got 100% resource cost reduction to where you weren't, spending resources, but that's not how it reads. So I don't think that's how it should be how it should be functioning in the game. Yeah, man, that Thunderstruck... See, here's the thing, right? And I've said this multiple times. Capping the Thunderstruck node is not a bad idea. The only reason why it's a bad idea right now is because we have classes like Barbarian that rule the meta and do billions of damage, and our Thunderstruck node is the only thing that allows us to remotely keep up, and it's not even close anyway. Like, right? Our Thunderstruck node isn't even remotely close anyway, but at least we feel something, right? We get something out of it. So when you nerf the only thing that actually allows our class to excel to some degree, it feels really bad in this meta. However, if Barbarian wasn't so significantly better than every single class, right? It's not just Druid, it's Rogue too, it's Sorc too, it's every single class that usually we're all relying on a bug every single season just to keep up. And if Barbarian wasn't that much, stronger compared to every other class, then capping Thunderstruck wouldn't be that big of a deal. In fact, I think it's perfectly fine to cap Thunderstruck. I just wish that they would make other legendary nodes more powerful so we could invest in those nodes as well, right? If there were other nodes we could select to buff up our damage in some way, and hopefully it would be a lot more creative than just a flat damage multiplier like Thunderstruck is, it wouldn't be that big of a deal, because then we would, we'd go after those nodes as well. And then we would also be able to use different affixes on our gear pieces, and overall it wouldn't be too much of a damage loss. It's just, yeah, I mean, Thunderstruck is the only node that keeps us in the game right now. It's the only one that we can rely on. And to lose that and Shepherds feels really bad. It feels really bad. And honestly, it doesn't even make any sense when they introduce uniques like the ones that they have that are just bland damage modifiers that, you know, basically give you that damage back. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me. But like I said, I made a post out, and I've always I always post out to, I'm like, you know, maybe not release these uniques, maybe balance and buff the ones that are in the game and bug fix the ones that are in the game so they're working as they're supposed to. And then release those uniques later. And then also, it would be nice if our uniques were more transformative and not just flat damage multipliers. I think that's really boring. So, that's just my opinion. I think it would be nice to see something different. Like I was saying the other day when I was streaming the PTR, I was like, what if the Cataclysm gloves, right? Instead of giving you 100x multiplicative damage, like what if they created like a Storm Golem that followed you around and basically would cast your core skill that you're currently casting? So it would effectively double your damage, but it would be just funner to look at, right? You have a big giant Storm Golem following you around, casting the skill that you're casting. It changes what you see on the screen, so it looks a little bit better, right? It's more entertaining, and instead of just being like, oh, well, we just cast Cataclysm, and we get a 100x multiplier. So I think that's my overall opinion. Like, I wish that our unique items were more transformative. Like, it would be nice to see something different on the screen. I had another idea, like Tornado. Like every time you cast a tornado, like it engulfs in itself, so like you're just making this massive big tornado that sweeps through the field of, like the field of play, like just hitting everything. I thought that would be kind of cool, just to see something different on your screen. I don't know. It would be nice if they would do stuff like that instead of just, you know, these boring multipliers. I think that one of the coolest aspects we have on the class is the alpha aspect. You know, it changes our wolves to werewolves. That's pretty cool. Like, those things are awesome. Who's going to complain about that? No one's going to complain about that. We love that. Having wolves turn into these big hulking werewolves that get bigger every time we put ranks into werewolf. That shit is awesome. That's the cool part about, like, those are the things I love about the class. But when you have something like, you know, Catagloves that makes lightning strikes hit enemies and gives you it's not fun. That's not exciting. Like, sure, is it good? Yeah, but it's not fun. It doesn't change the class in any meaningful way. You just cast Cataclysm. Yeah, that's definitely an easy way to use the, much like the cube system in D3, right? You just have this ability to kind of socket in an aspect or something like that, or socket in a unique effect or something like that. I could see that being cool, a cool way of making the boon system a little bit better. My overall opinion on the boon system, though, is I would prefer it to be a system where you actually specialize your class, like specialize in what build you want. So I'm not necessarily opposed to having like the stat stick kind of setup that we currently have. My issue is that it doesn't expand on anything past that, right? So I thought it would be really cool if like each aspect, instead of being what it is currently, it's like the aspect of the werewolf, aspect of the werebear, aspect of like the human druid. You could name it something fancy. You know, aspect of the elementalist or something like that. I would be cool with that. And then what you would do is you would basically, your spirit boons, you unlock the spirit boons for the tree, and when you spirit bond into a specific aspect of your druid class, it would allow you to further specialize in that specific thing, right? So like if you wanted to go dedicated werewolf build, your spirit boon that you specialize in would be like werewolf. And then when you specialize in that, you could then further, you know, build out your werewolf form, so that way it's like, it feels more impactful, and it actually helps define your class, like define your build. And it's not just like, here's a crit damage multiplier, you know, hope you're happy. That's how I would have personally do it. It would be a little bit more complicated, but you could definitely introduce some really interesting mechanics into that setup. But I think it would be really cool. Like, you could go straight human elementalist druid, and you could add, like, some crazy spirit generation, and maybe while you're in human form, you get stacking buffs when you're casting skills. Just things like that, that you could, when you're in werewolf form, maybe they allow you to break attack speed caps. And, you know, specifically in werewolf, right? You can break attack speed caps, and you can just stack out attack speed infinitely if you want to, and you just have this crazy werewolf that's attacking like super fast. You know, I think that would be really interesting. I don't know how, like, all of this stuff sounds good. I don't know how you would program it because I'm not a programmer, but I think it would be cool if it was something like that. Yeah, clear 4 more strongholds. We're gonna have to clear 4 more strongholds. They're gonna have, yeah, I could, it would be kind of funny. But yeah, definitely things need to be more transformative. Like, yeah, Tempest Roar. Yeah, Tempest Roar definitely. What's going on with this thing? Come on. Yeah, Tempest Roar definitely needs some help, man. Yeah, there's a lot of things I feel like they could do with the class to make it better. Even some of the passives. I feel like because there are so many aspects of the druid class, a lot of our passives are too they're too gated for the class, right? So like, it's, oh, you have to use werebear to do this, or you have to use werewolf to do this. Instead, like, a lot of our passives should be while shapeshifted, and then passive should be while human, right? Like, that's probably the only two separations I would make. Not like while in werewolf or werebear, but while shapeshifted and while human. And then even more so, you know, they separate by element type, so it's like earth skills, storm skills, you know. It just makes it where a lot of the passives that you really like in the class only apply to specific, you know, specific elemental types or specific versions of your shapeshift abilities, which would be fine if we had more passives to choose from, but we don't. We have a very limited amount of passives to choose from, so you ultimately end up, you know, going one direction because it has the best passives. So I always use the example of Toxic Claws. Like, Toxic Claws would be such a great passive if it was while shapeshifted, right? If you got crit, if you applied poison with your werebear skills, also, it would be amazing, right? It would function so well with Changeling's Debt. It would make a lot of sense. You could easily apply poison to everything. You wouldn't need to worry about getting, like, Poison Creeper on every werebear setup, you know, to apply poison. And it's called Toxic Claws, right? It's not called Toxic Werewolf Claws. And last time I checked, werebears have claws. So it would only make sense that Toxic Claws would apply to both. I agree on that too. Using way too many aspects to make something functional, using way too many unique items. But I've said that since like season 2, man. I was like, every time they buff a skill, they usually do it through a unique item, right? Like, Lightning Storm is terrible. What did they do? They gave us a unique item. Well, we already starved for aspect slots, so giving us a unique item just makes it feel like we're trading off, you know, we're trading too much. So things like that you need to change. Like, needing an aspect to make your tornadoes hit enemies is really bad. Needing 2 aspects to make pulverize functional feels really bad. Although I will say, like I said earlier, I don't necessarily mind it so much because the aspects you use on pulverize actually make it look cooler. You send out a massive shockwave, you get this big pool of AoE earth spikes coming out of the ground. I think that's cool. It's just the fact that, you know, you need 2 aspect slots just to make it function. It's stuff like Storm Chasers for tornadoes that I don't like. Stuff like Lightning Dancer's aspect for lightning storm. I don't like the fact that it doesn't hit a single target. That's the biggest issue I have. Like, it's good for AoE clear, but it's an entire aspect slot that gives you no boss damage. And you want it because of how good it is for AoE clearing, but ultimately it feels like a bit of a sacrifice because you get nothing for bosses. And that's one of the biggest problems with Lightning Storm is its single target. So even with the aesthetic wraps, its single target still feels kind of, you know, lackluster compared to like something like Tornado, where you get a lot of AoE and you get a lot of single target. And then Shred. I mean, one of the biggest problems with Shred is that all of the aspects that affect Shred are... Well, actually, the biggest problem with Shred is that the skill sucks. Period. But the other bigger problem, too, is that there's no good aspects for it, right? It's like Stormclaw gives you a small AoE. It's not big enough to actually matter. And then it does lightning damage. It's kind of stupid. And then they changed Blurred Beast only because I think that they probably couldn't fix the bug with it without doing so. And Blurred Beast is pretty terrible. There's just no good there's no good aspects for it. And then the only good unique item, Waxing Gibbous, is progressively getting worse because you can get 100% crit chance without needing a unique item or close to it, right? We're getting closer and closer to having 100% crit chance all the time without needing any kind of unique item to give us that. Plus, it only works on enemies that aren't bosses because you have to kill an enemy to get that 100% crit chance. On top of that, the affixes on the item are some of the worst affixes in the game. Like, really bad affixes. I think we'll go over here and do this. Yeah, I feel bad for Shred, but see, this is my problem with the Druid too, is that every single season, people have highlighted bugged out, broken builds for the class. And so everybody's like, oh, Druid's so good. You don't need a buff Druid. The class is so powerful. Look at the innate bulwark spamming. Okay, that's a bug. And then it was like, oh my god, look at Blurred Beast, and it's doing 1 trillion damage with the Tears of Blood glyph. Oh, it's so powerful. It's like, okay, that's a bug too. So once they bug fixed everything, we're just left with nothing. Like, we're just... we're barely doing damage. Even this season, like, what, Wind Shear probably is a bug. If it's not, definitely a bug. Like, we have tornadoes. Pulverize is now way better. And double cast affixes. That's what we have. Landslide double cast. Tornadoes double cast. Like, that's really that's what we have. So I don't know. There's a lot of ways they could change it. I mean, Landslide is actually good now because of the way, like, the changes that they made to it are so good. Like, increasing the size of your landslide. That was a no-brainer. I've been saying that forever. Like, increase the size of your landslide. They gave it a lot more damage. They actually increased the size of the area effects so that way you could hit enemies easier. And then the affixes, the aspects for landslide are already really good, right? You have multiple aspects that do actual, you know, like, transformative things, like you get multiple landslides to proc. You have Trample Earth, which lets your trample cast landslide. Like, a lot of that stuff's really cool. So I think a lot of the changes they made to landslide and the fact that the aspects were a lot more fun to use make landslide not just a powerful build. Oh my god. Did we just get it? No, we didn't. Oh no! You gotta be kidding me! Oh my god. And here I was thinking that we could only get that sword. Oh man, that one hurts. That one hurts. Oh, that one hurts deep. That one cut me deep. Oh, that is something. I forgot about this one, guys. I was trying to get the shard. I was trying to get the shard so I could test out basic attack builds. I was like, oh, we got it. I'm good. I don't have to do this anymore. I can run with the... Oh, man. That is painful. You freeze enemies for 3 seconds. You deal a bunch of cold damage. Hey, we can at least do this, right? We can check it out, right? We can, ultimate troll. I forgot about that. I forgot. Let's freeze some enemies. Let's freeze some enemies with our wind shear. Let's see what happens here. Oh, no freeze procs yet. Oh man, that sucks. I was like, yes, finally. We should get some freezes out of our lightning storm though. This might actually be good for a lightning storm build, right? Like a Doombringer would be probably best in slot, but this would be really good for getting lucky hit procs off your lightning storm for freezes. I could see this being useful for that setup. What would I need to change here to do that? I don't think I'd have to change too much. Let me swap real quick just to the core skill. Let me see. Let me see what happens. Let's take a few points. Actually, I think we can just slot it in, right? Slot it in over Maul. The new build right here, Lightning Storm. Look at how fast Lightning Storm hits, though, guys. So we get that infinite uptime on Kata. My werewolf is having a seizure right now. Like, look at him, bro. Look at him. Look at his jaw shaking. My man can't handle it. He's just shaking. Look at them long claws. My man's having a seizure. Oh, God, that's hilarious. You gotta love it. So we use our wind shear. This is the tactic. We use our wind shear. And that's our damage, but then we come in with the lightning storm. And we just shake things up a bit. Look how fast this thing goes. It's actually not that bad. Let's go do a pit like that, right? Let's go. Oh, I ran out of spirit. There we go. We got infinite spirit all the time. When we come out of Cataclysm, we just go to town with our wind shear, and then when we go back into Cataclysm, we start spamming our lightning storm. That's the build right there. Top tier, S tier build. Oh yeah, we can do that. We can do that. So we'll just take it off and then we'll let's go to the training dummy. It's actually pretty substantial, guys. Like the attack speed buff is crazy. The attack speed buff is insane. Man, they got me. I really wanted that shard, bro. I was like, yes, we got the shard. Oh, that one hurt. All right, here we go. Gamble. Let's take all this trash out and get rid of it. I'll check out that ring, though. Nah, we don't need that. What about this one? No. Talk about a useless stat. Spirit on kill, guys. Oi, oi, oi. Alright, so we'll do that. We'll do, we'll go to the training dummy just to show you guys, like, how different the attack speed actually affects Lightning Storm. It's crazy. I'm telling you. It's a pretty massive change. That's why I think it's going to put Lightning Storm above Tornado. Even though Tornado has that double cast, that attack speed is basic. With that, with the crit chance increase, if you use, like, Lokrin's Amulet with that crit strike increase, and you're basically always getting crits with the, so you'll always have your double strike from your ascetic wraps. So you get Lokrin's Talisman if they maintain, like, even if they knock it down to 25% crit, it's still going to be powerful. So Lokrin's Talisman, coupled that with your ascetic wraps into this attack speed, like, you're always critting constantly, and you're just, like, tearing things up with Lightning Storm. So Lightning Storm without it... Hold on. Because I'm still getting... I can't. How do I take the attack speed off? Let me get my attack speed stuff out of here. We'll take that off. We'll take... And then I'll swap out of... There we go. That's a better. That's better. Let me just... Oh, yeah. We're not attacking. Okay, here we go. Attack speed. It basically doubles the speed. Right? So we're getting nowhere with that. And then we equip the attack speed. Did I even, I don't think I took off all of my attack. Yeah, that was no attack speed. Equip our attack speed. Even with a two-hander on. And you're basically just hitting like twice as fast. Oh, I'm getting, I think I'm hitting close to 100% attack speed. 67. I could probably use an elixir here. So let's get Kata back up. My dude is vibrating out of control. We'll use our howl. Look at that. Look at how fast. My dude is shaking, bro. He's shaking, bro. He's not shaking quite when I get close. Let's get that cooldown back up. Yeah, buddy. That attack speed is crazy. I mean, it's just everywhere. So you can imagine, like, you get your ascetic wraps, you get your crit chance up, you get everything kind of geared towards your Lightning Storm, and then your ascetic wraps probably are better. I don't know how you would even maintain your spirit, though. That's my problem. Without the Kata gloves, you attack so fast. How would you even maintain your spirit? That's the hard part. Like, you'd have to really get a lot of spirit generation, so you might not even use ascetic wraps. Oh, it's hard to say. Like, it's hard to say. You could definitely get a lot of spirit per second, spirit generation. You could definitely... Yeah, it's a massive Lightning Storm buff. It's pretty massive. I think it's being underplayed a little bit because you're hitting so fast. My only issue is, like, because of the nerf to Rampaging Werebeast, right? Because obviously this would be insane if you could go into not Rampaging Werebeast, but Grizzly Rage, right? Because if you could go into Rampaging Werebeast, get that big crit multiplier, and if you could use 100% uptime on Direwolf, where you're maintaining that, you're maintaining that buff 100% of the time, then your spirit cost isn't so bad because you're getting that big giant spirit cost reduction. And then you could just go spirit generation, things like that. It's just hard to say how you would maintain your spirit. You attack so fast. I mean, you attack ungodly fast. So I think that would be the biggest barrier. If you go without the Kata gloves, with the infinite resource, it would be the biggest barrier to your lightning storm. Would just be like making sure you have enough spirit generation, so that way you could attack that fast, and then you probably wouldn't have any problem. I think the biggest problem is, Lupai. Where is it at? Lust for Carnage. The Lust for Carnage. This needs a buff. Like 2 spirit on a critical strike. This needs a buff. If they buff this, like something like 6 spirit, it needs a hefty buff. But if they buff that, then it would be really good. But this needs a massive buff. There's really no point to even pick this up. 2 spirit is not enough spirit for a crit strike. I mean, it's something, but it's not enough in my opinion. So buff up this would make that really good. But yeah, that's pretty crazy damage that you can actually get. Let's do this totem here. Try out the totem, because this should be attacking much faster too. I mean, I'm not even geared. Let's go try this out on Lilith and see what happens. Without gear, obviously. Without anything kind of buffing it up. I don't think the damage is going to be spectacular, but it'll at least be something to look at that might actually give us an idea. Make sure I have my scrolls. I have my scrolls. We're only going to do like a cataclysm, like 1 cataclysm, just to see what happens to our HP when we have infinite uptime on our lightning storm. And then Doombringer gives you the shadow damage, right? It gives you the shadow damage on lucky hit. I don't think that's a big part of it, though. Hopefully they'll buff that. But this might be pretty good. I mean, you get a freeze on enemies, more CC here, but you probably still would want to. You'd probably still want an aspect or a 2-hander. You probably still want those. Although, yeah, I mean, with the vulnerable change to polearm, yeah, you're probably going to run a 2-hand polearm and get that big chunk of vulnerable damage. Yeah, it's not really that good. We'd have to buff it up, but we'd have to buff up the damage, but I ain't finna stay in there with trying to do that. We took a little bar, a little bit off of her. Nothing too crazy. I would stay if the blood. You know what? Let me go do. We'll go do a boss. We'll look for a boss. I think the best one to look at is Galvanic Saint. We'll try it out over there. It's easier to avoid stuff there. I have 2 Stygian stones, so why not?
I need more time.
It'd be interesting to see how fast you can build stagger meter too. Like using something like the Azra's Wrath or whatever, giving you that chance to freeze. You can get a proc over and over again. It looks cool. I will say that.
ready yet.
I'm not ready. Hey, gotta love how that builds a stack there. Man, that lasts forever, too.
I'm not ready yet.
It doesn't really build the stagger bar up as much as I thought it would. I thought that freeze would really count. Yeah, it doesn't really build up that stagger bar like I thought it would. Yeah, so probably still best to use another aspect. On live? Yeah, maybe it's just something with it being on the PTR. Yeah, you might be right. I would imagine. But I could definitely see, like, I don't know. I just don't think these... I think anytime they have, like, a damage pool like that, it doesn't really do anything because it doesn't scale well. Gives you core damage. The attack speed is nice, so it makes it easier to flex off a attack speed roll. You know where this would be really interesting at with this lightning, with the change to lightning storm and attack speed? If you used Andariel's Visage. So now you're getting like all of these poison procs off of your lightning storm. You could basically build like a poison lightning storm build where you're proccing Andariel's, getting like a ton of ticks, like millions and millions of damage ticks. I don't know if it would work that well, but it could be something cool you could try with the attack speed increase. So I could definitely see it doing something. But these lucky hits, I think they need to change. I mean, these damage totals need to be significantly higher. I also think lucky hit, like, I'm not opposed to lucky hit scaling the way it does, even though I disagree with the way it scales. I think it's too convoluted. I think it should scale much like crit chance does, although it would just make a bore. It would basically be a worse version of crit chance, but they need to do one of two things. They either need to dramatically increase the chance for your lucky hits to proc. Like when you lucky hit, the lucky hit chance for you to cause the effect should be way higher. Like this should be like 60% chance or 80% chance. Or they just need to make the on lucky hit, right? So instead of giving it a percentage chance of a lucky hit, they just say when you lucky hit, X occurs. Instead of when you lucky hit, there's a 20% chance for X to occur. It should just be when you lucky hit, the effect happens. Because honestly, if you ask yourself the question, like if you ask yourself the why question, why does something need to be gated by another percentage chance, right? One would assume that the reason why it's gated by a secondary percentage chance to occur is because the effect is so powerful it would warrant that. But the problem with lucky hits are they don't do anything typically, right? So it's not powerful enough to warrant that second kind of gate to the effect to occur. So if they just removed that percentage chance and said on lucky hit this happens, it would be 10 times, 20, 100 times better, right? That's the problem with lucky hit. It's not that it scales differently, even though I disagree. I think it should just be simpler. I'm fine with it scaling differently. The problem is that when you lucky hit, you're going through a whole second, like a whole nother gamble, right? You're running RNG twice. Not only are you working for the lucky hit, but then you're hoping that the lucky hit gives you the lucky hit effect. It just feels bad. And the fact that the lucky hit effects are typically trash, you know, you're getting there's no point to scale it, right? I think one of the biggest, like for instance, like Boulder, it's a 4% at base. I think I have some lucky at 5%. Like that's terrible. That's terrible. Like why is Boulder at 5%? It doesn't need to be, right? So in my opinion, another problem is that they assign arbitrary lucky hit values to every individual skill, Like, can you tell me why Maul is a 34% chance to lucky hit, but then Claw's a 57% chance? No, I think it's like 50% chance base. But why is Maul so low? Well, you know, I could make the argument for Storm Strike because you have basically infinite vulnerability. But, like, why is this so low? Why is Earth Spike 40%? Like, why is Lightning Storm? Why is Tornado? You know, it's like, why are these so low? I don't think that needs to, like, you have to make sure there's a reason for that. Like, you can't just, it just feels too poorly designed or poorly thought out, poorly implemented. It would be much easier if you just lucky hit, bang, you get the effect. Oh yeah, bro. That's one of my biggest problems with the boon system, right? Energize would be so good if you didn't have to lucky hit. The lucky hit is what makes Energize bad. And a perfect example of this is Masochistic. If anybody remembers Masochistic before they nerfed it, all you had to do was critically strike to get a 3% heal on your character. People stopped using Masochistic because they added the lucky hit. Even though it's a 75% chance to get it, still feels bad because you A, have to get a lucky hit, then you also have to get a critical strike, and then you also have to hope that critical strike gives you that 75% chance to proc. So there's like too many things. As soon as they added the lucky hit, made it terrible. Energize, lucky hit, makes it terrible. There's so many things that you can just imagine if they put on a lucky hit, it would pretty much trash it. Like, it would pretty much overload. Not only does it deal terrible damage, like, explain this one. Overload. It's gated by a lucky hit, also by lightning damage, and then it does terrible damage. Why? Why is Overload a spirit boon? Why did they make it a lucky hit? Well, you know, you would naturally assume because it's very powerful. Turns out it's incredibly weak, doesn't scale well, it's gated by a lucky hit, not good. Also, you have to do lightning damage. Terrible. So it's those things that just doesn't make any sense, right? I can even use my Temerity Pants, for example. One whole affix on a unique item. Lucky hit. Up to a 5% chance to heal for barely any life because, you know, we literally get, I'm at 52k. What's 1,000, right? And those lucky hits are everywhere. Those lucky hits are at 5% chance to heal, 5% chance to restore resources. That only works on a Nature's Fury landslide build because of how many procs you can get off of it. Like, it just feels bad. It doesn't make any sense, so. Yeah, it's exactly. Like, you should be excited to get a lucky hit, right? You should feel like there's a you should be like, man, I really want to build out my lucky hit so I can make a unique build with lucky hit and see if I can't do something really cool. But you don't. You basically just avoid lucky hit altogether. It's completely useless because it doesn't guarantee you anything. At least with crit chance, you're guaranteed that when you crit, you get that big pop in your damage. With lucky hit, you're not guaranteed. You get the lucky hit, then you also have to get that percentage increase, or you have to crit and get the percentage, or you have to do it on a vulnerable enemy, or it's stupid. And then it doesn't even give you what crit does give you, right? Crit gives you a massive pop in your damage. Lucky hit, 30% chance to slow. Slow is one of the worst CCs in the game because literally enemies run at light speed towards you and it doesn't build stagger meter on bosses. Really? Who's going to want that? It's garbage. It's hot garbage. Stinky hot garbage. Yeah, it's not good. It's not good at all. Like, it's just simple things like that. Like, that they could do to, and the funny part is too about pack leader. So pack leader is one of the easier things to get, like proc, but there are times where your pack leader, if you don't have like near 100% crit chance, there are times where your pack leader won't even proc by the time your pet skills actually come off cooldown. So it's like, not only do you have to pick up pack leader, but then you also have to invest in high crit chance. But then you also have to invest in companion skill cooldown because you still can't rely on pack leader and really high crit chance to always reset your companion skills. And it just feels bad. Now, when it works, it feels great. But when it doesn't work, you literally deal 0 damage with your companions. And it just sucks. So even with how high you can get this to function, it still feels bad. And I have a pretty, I'll show you my companion build. I have a pretty easy way to proc pack leader. So all my companion builds typically will run shapeshift glyph because you get 25% crit chance there. And I'm always running like subterranean with landslide, so that way I have that constant crit chance. So you can build, like, it's super easy to proc it, right? I actually think I have one of the better setups for companions. So you run subterranean, where is it at? I mean, you guys get the idea, right? You run aftershock, you run subterranean, and you basically just put 1 point in a landslide. And that way your poison creeper is just constantly proccing pack leader off of that. And you run shapeshift glyph. So you basically have 100% crit chance. Where's it at? So you get 25% crit chance when you shift. So your skill basically always crits all the time. And I'll go into Kyovashad. Yeah, that's another problem. See, and that's what I said. I don't like the way they scale Lucky Hit. I think, honestly, they should scale it like Crit Chance, where it's very easy to understand. Maybe they give you... What I would personally do if I was in control, I would rip off every single one of these arbitrary Lucky Hit values, right? I don't think there's any purpose to have it the way it is. I would rip off these Lucky Hit values. I would give us like a flat amount of Lucky Hit, like Crit Chance, right? I would say, okay, maybe you get 10% flat Lucky Hit chance, or you get 15% or 20%, whatever the value would be. And then every time you get Lucky Hit on a piece of gear, I don't even think I have any Lucky Hit, but every time you get Lucky Hit on a piece of gear, it would just be additive. You would just simply get that percentage. So then you could get 10% on a piece of 20%, 30, whatever. You're just easily stacking your Lucky Hits. So you know exactly how much Lucky Hit you have. You don't have to do some ridiculous mathematical equation, even though it's a quite simple one. Most people don't have time for that. They don't want to deal with that. So just make it simple. And that's what I would do. And then you wouldn't have 4% Lucky Hit chance on Boulder, right? You would have whatever your Lucky Hit chance is, 50%, 60, 70, whatever. And then again, I would go around and buff every single Lucky Hit effect. Like, they need massive buffs. Yeah, just a flat percent chance to proc. So basically, I just cast Poison Creeper, and it usually cools down everything. But you can see there, and we'll kind of go through it, right? But there will be times where it won't even cool it down. Like I said, I basically have 100% crit chance. So now I'm using Claw, right? Claw has a massive Lucky Hit chance value. And now it's cool. Like, it took several seconds there, right? Just to cool it down. And Claw has the highest, Lucky Hit chance out of all of our skills, right? And I think my crit chance is somewhere in the neighborhood of, 50% crit chance. So half my attacks are critting. It's just that Lucky Hit extra, It's the fact that you're going through two things, and I'm not saying, obviously, I can scale this and get it near infinite uptime, right? But just the fact that you have to Lucky Hit, then you have to crit, and then if you Lucky Hit and crit, you have a 25% chance to cool it down. Sometimes it leaves you feeling like you're not getting the procs, right? Obviously, I can scale it. This isn't the best example, but... And I can also shift. That's why I have Claw and Maul, right? So now I'm getting... But look. It took, what? Almost 10 seconds for me to actually get the proc. And that's with everything that I have. It just feels bad. And if you have this hard of a time with this, imagine everything else, right? So when it's actually working, look at... I'm just getting tons of procs. It feels really good. We're getting everything that we want out of it. When it doesn't work... It doesn't feel as good. Leaving us just sitting here hitting. And then what happens is you end up investing in everything, right? You end up investing in crit, you end up investing in cooldown, you have all these rolls on your gear. So, I don't know. It doesn't scale to me that well. I don't like it. I don't like the way they have Lucky Hit set up. And I think if they just change that little thing, like when you Lucky Hit, the effect occurs instead of making multiple barriers to a Lucky Hit. Because ultimately, I feel like if you ask yourself the why question, you arrive at the conclusion that we don't need it. There are just too many builds that they just deal their damage. Your builds is that you're not jumping through hoops to get your damage out. Excuse me. You just simply get your damage out. You're not doing anything special. You're just getting your damage out. And that does a few things. It makes your gameplay funner. It speeds your gameplay up, letting you feel like you're actively participating in your combat. You're not waiting for something to occur so you can actually do the thing that you're looking for. You know, it just makes your build more exciting. A lot more exciting. Oh yeah, we went over that. I absolutely agree with you. Boons need to be redone. Like you know that boons are not well thought out, because if I go do this quest real quick, let me just go do it just for fun. I've pointed this out several times, but I just love pointing it out. So we'll go do this really fast. This is just me being petty at the end of the day, because I'm a petty person. Look at our lightning storm. Get him. I should probably take that off. I should probably take that off. Let me go ahead and swap that back out. What did I have over here? I can't remember. I had Maul. That's what I had. Oy, 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 oy. Go, 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 go. And that's another thing, too. I cannot wait till we don't have to unlock our strongholds all over again. That's going to be pretty nice. Where we don't have to unlock strongholds over and over and over again. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it.
What's going on?
Come on. And it's crazy is I hate doing this, even though I'm really fast at doing this. Who knows? We might get the sword just from doing this, guys.
I need more time.
This could happen. We could actually get the sword. Da 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 da. Traverse. They need to speed this up too. They really thought they were like, we're gonna add all these cool little areas to move around and climb walls and do, and I love it, but Jesus Christ, do we not move slow? Do we not move slow? Like, I would love to just climb a little faster. Move across those ropes a little faster. So fast. I've done this so many times. What's up, brother? How you doing, Chuck? I'm doing pretty good, my man. We're just trying to farm up the sword, get the shard. The game trolled me earlier, gave me the Azra's Wrath sword. Unfortunately, I was excited. I seen it, I clapped. I thought I had the sword, got really cringy there for a second. And yeah, then I was let down. So, all right. So this is a deer. This is a wolf. This is a snake. This is not an eagle. That is not an eagle. I know I'm petty. I'll accept that. I've said this before. But this is not an eagle. So if you wanted to know... Hey, what's up, Wes? I did that early on. I can go onto my landslide build. Landslide works really well. But this is not an eagle, guys. I don't know if you guys... You can go ahead and do your own research, but... yeah, this is not an eagle. So if you wanted to know how much time they spent making these boons, this is not an eagle. And in order to swap between our spirit bonded setups, we actually have to come back to the stronghold and select it from here. There's no way for us to select it from here. So that's unfortunate. But yeah, I'm petty. Like I said, that's not an eagle. So I'll show you guys the landslide real quick. Unfortunately, it did carry over my landslide build before I had optimized or better optimized gear. So do not pay attention to the damage output. It is not good. Yeah, I just love pointing that out, RJ. Yeah, our regal, our regal right there. That is a hybrid raven eagle. It is a new breed. They crossbred the two things, and now we have a regal. So I have the cata gloves on this setup too. Not a good pair of cata gloves, and I did just recently swap this over to a bear form. So I swapped it over to a bear form. Unfortunately, I don't have a good two-hander, so I'm still rocking these. Also, I wanted to use landslide, the trample slide. So just because I thought it would be fun to embrace this setup, like a complete like landslide, you're using trample, you're doing crazy stuff. Even though I don't think it's the best version, I still think it would be better not to go. You probably want to go like retaliation to boost the damage more. You're probably going to want to go movement speed instead of trample cooldown. PTR is just for fun, but definitely much better on the landslide. You're getting a lot more out of your landslide. And obviously I want to have Poison Creeper popping off too. And you can still use Nature's Fury. You can still use Nature's Fury. I just swapped this over to a pure bear setup. Look at the bigger area though. Just having that bigger area of effect, you get like multiple landslide pillars going. I need more spirit generation. I just don't have it. It would actually probably be better for me to be running the Nature's Fury setup just because I don't have the spirit generation to run the normal landslide setup. I could probably even just run like run it right now. Just swap it over and run. Let's see. That way we're getting procs off of it. Probably have a much easier time resetting our Poison Creeper here. So it still works on the PTR, as you guys can see. You see the lightning strikes? Is it me or do they not look faster? Do they not look faster to you guys? Like, they look faster to me. They look like they're kind of proccing off of... They're using our attack speed. Like, that looks faster to me. Like, I know. I prefer to say, like, it makes me look like I'm like Hulkamania, like, right, like Hulk Hogan. It's like, what you gonna do, brother? And I'm flexing on him, bro. Like, that's how I like to look at it. I'm more of a glass half full kind of guy, you know? Flexing on him. Flexing them big old grizzly bear biceps. And then when we hit that kata, we're just flexing in all directions. You get a flex. You get a flex. That's why I'm saying these Cataclysm gloves just solve the problem of your Spirit Restore. The only thing is you usually use the Earthbreaker ring, so you don't get that cooldown that you want from Cataclysm. However, if you go a Nature's Fury route, you get so many lucky hits that you're probably cooling it down way faster, and you could still get 100% uptime. And the only issue is like Pack Leader, you probably want Calamity. You know, it's like you're kind of give and take there with the landslide setup. So you might have to go a little bit more Spirit Generation, just so that way you have enough time to get back to your Cataclysm. But once you get back to your Cataclysm, you're just going crazy. And you could probably then go ahead and invest in some more damage rolls. Let's go do Lilith real fast. Yeah, baby, you gotta flex on them. You know what I'm saying? That's what the Werebear does. We got the Johnny Bravo set up. You know, we got the small legs and the big torso. So we gotta flex on them. We can't be playing around. Yeah, it does look... That's what I was saying. It looks faster after the bug fix. I think Nature's Fury Landslide... I know a lot of people, but, you know, the problem is... Everybody suddenly thinks, like, the Landslide build that's been around forever is the best one because someone put out a build video of clearing, like, 133 pit. It's with perfect gear. It's like, listen... You can clear 130s probably with just about every Landslide setup this season if you have really great gear, okay? Nature's Fury Landslide, if it works exactly like it does currently, is still going to be incredibly good. Okay, it's not going to take the big, like a big massive hit. Like it's going to take a hit, but it's not going to be like as bad as what people are thinking. Now we're going to use our trample a little bit here. Whenever we get it off cooldown. And now we just get to cast. The only problem is I can't see anything. Oh, she's down. Oh, that sucks. She's down, but we gotta go kill these, Oh, no! Oh, God. Never play with trample on a controller, by the way, guys. It just sends you into, it'll send you randomly into, you know, crazy areas. And something else that's really... So, look at me. Being a fool. And something else that's really good about this setup, too... Oh, I didn't even see her doing that. Is that, you can use, Nature's Balance, which gives you another big giant crit damage multiplier. Oh, I hit the edge there. I'm gonna die, but that's okay. I got her down. Let's go. All right. There we are. Now, can we stun her? That's the question. Can we stun her fast enough on the second phase? Because then we can bypass the stupid blood puddles. Go, stun, go. No, we didn't get it. Almost got it. If we had our ultimate up, we would have got it. Now I just have to be, crafty. I doubt I'll be able to be crafty, though. Oh, I ran right into it. Well, what was I gonna do? Let me swap something real fast. Core skills, that's good, that's good. I want to swap out one of these. I would like to swap, so let me just show you what it would be without Trample Earth. I love the idea of incorporating like Trample Earth into it just to make it really sing like Landslide, but ultimately I feel like it's just too big of a damage loss and far too clunky on controller. It's just fun, but it just sucks that you lose so much damage. So this is the actual way I would set it up with Nature's Balance. I would have this on a two-hander or the amulet. So on a two-hander, you get 45x multiplicative damage with Earth skills. On a two-hander, you get 90. Sorry, you get 90 multiplicative critical strike damage, or you could throw it on your amulet, and then you could throw your Aftershock on a two-hander. But I really like the idea of giving you another big crit damage multiplier. And I think this works really well with like Nature's Fury, just because you can keep up both of those buffs 100% of the time. And you're always getting those Earth skill, you're getting the crit chance and the multiplicative damage bonus to your bonus skills because your Nature's Fury counts as both. And I think that's a great way to make up the damage loss that you get from not having the Shepherd's aspect. I think Bulwark is good. I just think you have to invest in it. Ultimately, you might end up just liking Debilitating Roar still more, just because you just get a bonus. They give us so much damage reduction that it almost feels like you don't need to have. It almost feels like you don't need it, right? You don't need to have Bulwark. It's definitely way better, though. And if you want to scale it, you can scale it easily. That's a good thing. If you want to scale it... Oh my god, I did not mean to hit that. We're going to save our ultimate for the next phase. That's how you do the triangle, by the way, guys. You don't have to follow it. You just go to the edge and then dive back in. Right? Dive back in to the center. Once she lands, you go to the edge, you dive back in. Really easy. When people are like running with it, I'm just like, you don't have to do that. Plus, you can get more damage if you don't. We'll just go all the way out here. I just want to save this ultimate. Alright, now we have the ultimate for the second phase. No, it now scales off of max life. Way better. Bulwark is way better. The change to Mending Stone makes it even better. So there is definitely you can definitely make Bulwark builds in Season 5. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Ah, I thought I could get it. Petrifier will probably still be better for this setup. I thought we could get that lucky hit enough. Oh, I don't like it. Look at how that last puddle over here is positioned. I don't like that there's this puddle right there. We're gonna get the stun, stun, stun. Got him. We got the stun. That's all that matters. Bang! With 100x gloves, that's nice. Oh, I'm just using Vasili's prayer. I don't have all the good. I don't have all the good stuff. I haven't gotten lucky enough for it to drop, but yeah, landslide definitely feels better. In my opinion, though, I think pulverize feels the best. I think I like pulverize with the buffs that pulverize has gotten, and then it buffed further. I feel like the aspects you can get for pulverize just makes it like you're always going to run your shockwave on a two-hand weapon, right? Mathematically, it's just better than running shepherds on your two-hander versus shockwave. So you're always running shockwave on your two-hander, and then you run shepherds on your amulet. And because you don't really need to run shepherds anymore, you can then just swap your changeling's debt, which is typically not much of a damage loss between the two. Even if you're running shepherds and you're running stampede, changeling's dead on your amulet is really close to basic if you just ran shepherds and stampede. So you're not really losing as much damage on this compared to a landslide. I feel like you lose a little bit more for landslide than you do for pulverize. But definitely landslide feels good. You guys can see here my gear is like meh at best. So I have no masterworks here. This doesn't count because it's not damage. Really crappy amulet. Earthbreaker ring is mid, like mid. No greater affixes on this, and no crits into my projectiles for landslide, which is really what you want here anyway. Like you don't really care about masterwork crits on anything else other than chance to cast landslide twice. So that was without anything. You get endless, you get Kata up 100% of the time. You're able to cast your, landslide. Nature's Fury landslide is still going to be really good. I think obviously the best version would probably still be a plain landslide setup. Something I will say though is I see a lot of people like Earth and Might is not the way you want to go in my opinion. If they leave us with this talisman, right? I'm assuming they're going to cut it, though. I think they're going to nerf this. But with this talisman, you can get really close to 100% crit chance. And just with your gear affixes in general, you can get probably in the neighborhood of like 60 to 75% crit chance if you get Masterworks, if you get Masterwork crits, and if you get greater affixes on your crit chance. So I don't know why. I don't see the benefit of running like Earth and Might over like 50% multiplicative damage or 30% and overpower here. So that's just my opinion. And I don't know. It's one of those things that I'm not like crazy. I'm not 100% about, but I feel like you can get so much crit chance, it doesn't really make it as useful. Yeah, Pulverize got a big buff. Yeah, single target Pulverize feels bad, but with the buffs, it doesn't feel as bad. You can get some pretty good hits off of your Pulverize. Now you can. Yeah, not compared. For Druid, it's good for... Like, everything with Druid is only relating to Druid, though. For the meta, with a class like Barbarian, it's not... Yeah. I mean, for the actual meta, Pulverize, Landslide, all these things, they're significantly lower. Significantly lower. But that's just, like, that is what it is, right? Like, there's nothing... That's up to Blizzard. They got to decide what they want to do. That hasn't got anything to do with us. It doesn't matter what we do with our builds. It's not going to change a thing unless Blizzard decides to make a difference. But I like Pulverize. I've been liking Pulverize a lot. I felt and I have pretty terrible gear, but I do have the Starless Skies. But overall, like, my damage output for my Pulverize, it's better on the live game, but this is not anywhere close to where it is on the live game. But I definitely like this vulnerability here. I think this is pretty big. Like, giving us that big roll of vulnerability. It's, like, not crazy, but 32% is nice. Plus, it looks cool, right? You're running around with a pole arm. Looks way better. It's just when you get to bosses. So, like, when you get to bosses, it feels really bad. What tier... And that's mainly just because I don't have this optimized. And that the bosses are bugged. Like, bosses are bugged out. You have to die. Yeah, anything I ever say regarding, like, Druid meta is never, you know, it's never a general feeling. Like, my overall general feeling is that every class is behind compared to the meta that Barbarians set. But it is what it is. Like, I love Godslayer Crown. I really wish they would... what I think they should do with Godslayer is they should basically nerf the damage, but give you a lot lower cooldown. I think the best part about the Godslayer is the pool, right? So what I would do, I would nerf the damage. I'd probably bring it down to like maybe a 30x multiplier. And then I would allow it to have like a 6-second cooldown or 4-second cooldown. Something lower, so you get that pull all the time. And even though you're losing a bit of the multiplier, you're going to have it up more often. And it just feels better. Like, it'll feel a lot better. And another thing about this, the reason why I like Pulverize too, is because it goes so well with the Locrin Talisman and the Catagloves, right? So when you have 100% uptime with the Talisman, and Cataclysm, you have basically 100% crit chance on your Pulverize, and you can just spam it all the time. And you have 100% crit chance without investing in crit chance. So on your damage rolls, on your gear pieces, you can go more overpower, or you can go more crit damage, right? Which automatically makes Pulverize way better. Like, your overpowers are going to hit way harder. And I think that helps make up that damage that you lose on bosses. Obviously, though, like I said, I don't think it's going to stay. So you probably wouldn't run Starless Skies on this build. You'd run 2 rolls to cool down Cataclysm. And then you just want to build out that 75% total cooldown. So that way you're not too worried about not having your Cataclysm up. Because you're not going to get as many procs off of Calm Before the Storm, because you don't get as many lucky hits with this setup. But you'll still get some. But you're definitely going to need that cooldown more compared to other setups. Yeah, even that would sound good. Like, having that, like, anything like that, 20% damage at a 4 to 5 second pool, that would be, I mean, I would love that. Because that's the coolest part about Godslayer. It's just that ability to group enemies. Like, grouping enemies feels so good for a lot of your builds. And that's another reason why I don't like swapping over to Shaco, but Shaco is so ridiculously good that, I mean, what do? Obviously, you're going to swap to Shaco. You get all those ranks, you get damage reduction, you get all, I mean, it is an uber unique, but I love the pull from Godslayer. I wish they would take a pull like Godslayer has and put it into Cyclone. Like, take the cooldown off Cyclone down to like 10 seconds, and then give it an option that if we select the passive, it now pulls enemies instead of pushes enemies. I think that would really make that feel 100 times better. Like 10-second cooldown on a pull where you pull all the enemies towards you. I would easily run Cyclone then. Let me die on this boss real quick. Just let my guy die so that way the health isn't so crazy. I hate that this happens. You gotta run all the way back. I've had it spawn me in the very first area. See, this isn't so bad. I honestly feel like the boss damage is not that bad. Now that they've nerfed the Thunderstruck, they've capped it, bro, I honestly don't think the boss damage is really that bad. Comparatively, like, anymore. Because, I mean, I'm definitely not hitting these numbers with my Storm skills. Like, I'm definitely not clearing a tier 80 on the PTR with any other build like this. With the same gear. Okay. Man, I swear to God. Metamorphosis can be so useful sometimes. It meted me into the side of the little arena there. And then when I cleared the AoE, it still hit past the AoE. So, that's always fun. Oh my God, dude. Come on. Like I said, I don't have everything set up right on this. The only reason why I hit first is because of my shapeshift glyph. I run shapeshift glyph on my pulverize, so that way I get the higher crit chance. There we go. Easy peasy. Alright, there we are. But yeah, I feel like with all of the nerfs that they've made, pulverized single target is definitely... It's not that it's better, it's just everything else is worse.
I cannot do that here.
So that's why, I think pulverized didn't see the biggest hit. And like I said, you can take, you can have Changeling's Debt here, or this is not going to be, I'm not going to use Starless Skies in this setup. So you'll have a ring here, and you can just use something like, let me see. Do I have a good ring? So instead of Starless Skies, you'll be running a ring. You'll have Spirit Generation here. Not Spirit Generation, but you'll have Cataclysm cooldown, and you might even crit in the Cataclysm cooldown a couple times, just so you hit that cap easier, like maybe once. And then you'll have a pretty near infinite uptime on Bjornfang's Tusk. I think obviously the best thing you could get would be a greater affix on Endless Tempest, and then get a couple crits into Endless Tempest, so you get like maybe 5 or 6 ranks there. And then you'll have like a ridiculous uptime on your Cataclysm. So you have infinite resources the whole time. And then if you're using a normal ring, Then we go ahead and we swap in the talisman here. Which I think if we look at the values I have on this talisman, this is probably where I think it would be at, like close to 25% instead of 50%, which still puts us with 25. Like say this, they nerf that, right? Say they nerf that to 25%. That's still going to put us at close to 75% crit chance, right? And if we get better gear affixes, like we get the Masterworks, not the Masterworks, but we get the greater affix on say we get greater affix on Bjorn Fangs. Say we get a greater affix on our rings, both of our rings here. We're probably sitting close to 80, 90% with everything fully leveled up. So we're always basically getting that 100% crit chance. Even if they nerf this down to like 50%. And then we just take our, we take off Changeling's Debt, put it on a ring here, put it over here. I can honestly do that. Let me go ahead and do that. Just kind of show you guys what I'm talking about. Well, I'll show you like a really bad version of what I'm talking about. So swap this to Changeling's Debt. And I think every build is going to run like this. If things stay the way they are with the Cataclysm Gloves and with the Talisman, even if they nerf it by like 50%. Hey, what's up, David? I think it's every single build is going to run this. Like, I think it's not even it's a no-brainer in my opinion. Oh yeah, Rogue is definitely in the business now with all the buffs. They really went in on Rogue. They put a lot of effort into making Rogue better. So this is a very bad version of what this looks like. Let me just put on... I need to socket in some gems real quick. That way we don't have bad resistances. Yeah, we're near cap. That's good enough. So we'll just go ahead and do that again. And now we're not really too worried about, like, getting our shapeshift proc. So then we can take off the shapeshift glyph. We can socket in a different glyph and get a little bit more damage output in that direction. So the shapeshift glyph is just there because of the crit chance. But once we have this set up with infinite cataclysm, you're just spamming at that point. And you're doing it without needing to... Oh, God. And then I die. And then you're doing it without needing to invest in any form of crit chance on your gear pieces. Yeah, see, this is just a really bad version because I don't have the uptime. It's very ugly. We'll save our proc for, we'll save our cata for when we get a big bunch of enemies. See if we can't get a big pack of enemies here without dying. And then during the entire duration, and obviously, like I said, you have infinite uptime. At some point, you would be able to infinite uptime that, and you'd always have... just when you don't get overpowers, man. Them overpowers. That's why I think they should change Obsidian Slam to like a percentage increase to your overpower chance. I think anytime you gate something to like killing enemies, you automatically make it worse on boss. So that's basically what I would like to do. I know it looks really bad right now. That's just because I haven't got anything set up correctly. But when you have your Cataclysm up, you have all the resources. You're getting a ton out of everything. and you're not really worried too much about getting crit chance in your gear, so you're always stacking out more crit damage, more overpower, damage to close, whatever you choose. It's not really a big deal. I personally would probably go crit damage, just so that way my non-overpower hits are a little bit more powerful. Yeah, this gets real choppy when you don't have things set up correctly. We're not gonna go through that. That's way too boring. I think that you could probably do something with that setup because I've seen it. I've seen people build out a defensive build using the shouts and everything, and it looks really cool. I think it's probably the funnier build that I've seen this season, where you're just spamming out your shouts. I think it's definitely going to be more viable. Why is it doing that? More viable this season than, I mean, next season than this season, so. But yeah, I think Pulverize, I think people are overlooking Pulverize because of the big numbers they've seen with Landslide. But honestly, I think Pulverize is going to be right up there. I mean, people are already clearing, what, 120... I've seen like 128, like wave 128, maybe 29 or 130 with Pulverize currently on the live. So I think that with Pulverize not really receiving too much of a nerf, if any at all, that it's going to be right up there with Landslide, or at least competitive, right, with the Druid meta. I think anything Werebear is going to be good this season. We'll see what they do with Boulder. That's going to be the big. That's going to be the big question mark. What do they do with Boulder? I don't necessarily think that's a bad change to it, RJ. I think that it would just be a lot harder to like program something like that than just giving you like a percentage increase to your chance to use overpower, right? Both of them pretty much do the same thing, but the way they have Obsidian Slam designed is it does not help you with bosses. And because the entire end game is boss oriented, right? Tormented bosses, pit bosses being the matter that pit bosses are the biggest gate, like the biggest barrier to your success in high tier pits because they're so tanky. And I think that you need to have every single thing in the game apply to bosses. Like, it has to. Like, you have to do that. There's no other way around it. And anytime you have something like every 10th kill, it just shows that they're not really understanding the game. They don't understand how their game is actually, like, the flow of combat in their game, right? They don't understand what is the barrier, right? What's the barrier to a build or a boon or a skill or a glyph, or what is the barrier to it actually functioning appropriately inside of their game? They don't know. They just simply don't get it. I mean, it's obvious at this point. So, I mean, that's my opinion. They just simply don't understand. I mean, we'll look at the boons here, for example. What boon is better than damage reduction, right? They took all of the damage reduction out of the game. And what are we going to pick here? It doesn't matter what they pick. Like, they could literally put anything on this setup, right? More thorns. You could give us 20,000 thorns, right? You could give us 100 maximum spirit. You could give us the 30% movement speed and 100% impairment reduction. Basically unstoppable. And you're probably not going to not pick 15% damage reduction. From elites, no matter. Like, from bosses and elite, that's what kills you. You're always going to pick damage reduction because it's so valuable now. Now, the Eagle is one of our only bars, but again, it's like, What gives you 20% max life? Unless you're building a glass cannon build, right? Unless you're building something that just to maximize your damage, you don't care if you die. You're looking for that really lucky chance to clear through a pit without dying. You're just looking to blast through it. What else gives you a 20% increase to your max life? Just 20%. Outside of like what? An Uber unique? There's nothing. Like 20% is massive. But this is the most competitive one, right? 15% attack speed, a multiplier. This is a pretty much, you have to have this on every build. And then now 10% crit chance. Like that's, like this is probably our most competitive bar. But unless you're using a landslide, Nature's Fury build, or you're using a companion build, pack leader is not useful, right? It's very specific. Energize is hot garbage, doesn't work enough. We have so many sources of fortify, like what the hell do we need another one for, right? This is probably our best overall one now, like Calamity, but then it makes all these other ones feel terrible, like you don't even want to pick them. This needs to be some kind, like guaranteed, like you need to always be able to use this. That would make this one good. Overload is just the worst. They need to revert masochistic back so it doesn't require a lucky hit, and then you just crit and you get the hill. And the reason why this doesn't even matter in the long run, guys, the reason why masochistic does not matter in the long run is because what kills us in the game? One-shots. So anything that heals you is automatically bad, right? When you start to get into the end game. Anything that gives you health back is bad because you're dying to a one-shot mechanic typically, right? You have your potion, but if you're fighting a boss, you get debuffed, you get enough debuffs, you're getting one shot. Masochistic ain't gonna do anything to save your life. So, I mean, in general, like, healing effects are pretty bad when it comes to scaling into the end game because, you know, one-shots. And then Calm Before the Storm, again, probably one of the best ones, tied to a lucky hit. Only really works, you only see a big benefit from this if you're running, again, something like that has a ton of lucky hit chance, but, you know. Yeah, I mean, that's just the boons. You can go into the Paragon board and look at our Paragon board, and I mean, there's just not a lot of choices here. Constricting Tendrils, good God. Lucky hit, 15% chance on a lucky hit with nature magic. Let's just look at all the gates here, okay? Tied to a lucky hit, that's one. Tied nature magic skills, that's two. Then it has only a 15% chance, that's three. What the hell? For that to get an Immobilize, which is one of the worst CCs in the game, and then to poison enemies off of your base damage, like, come on now. Come on. What is that? Height and Malice only affects enemies. I would rather than reduce this multiplier and allow it to apply to bosses too. There needs to be some, because it's just not, it doesn't carry into boss fights. Like, that's... And then Inner Beast, they made it super wonky, like damage on Tuesdays. They added more damage on Tuesdays here. So now instead of keeping the 10 stacks, it resets it and gives you 5-second cooldown. By the time you get 10 stacks on your quick shift, okay, guys, your ultimate skill will probably be cooled down. I'm just saying, like, you're going to have to be quick shifting. The damage loss you're going to get by trying to proc this is absolutely ridiculous. No way that they actually play test this. So no one really picks this up anymore unless you're just picking it up for a little bit of resource cost reduction. And then Ancestral Guidance, again, you're trying to get spirit cost reduction, but you have a legendary node that you basically want to cast as much spirit as possible so you can proc it. Doesn't really, like, it's not symbiotic, right? It works against itself. So the lower you get your spirit cost, the harder it is to proc your Ancestral Guidance. Doesn't flow, right? Doesn't flow. Earth and Devastation is capped. The biggest problem with Earth and Devastation is that you cap it with damage to crowd control enemies, which does not directly apply to bosses, making it far worse than what it should be. You should be happy to cap this. Instead, you're like, damage to crowd control enemies. And the fact they changed the staff to damage over time makes it even worse. Like, it's still good, don't get me wrong. It's one of your better ones, but this is probably your best one outside of, like, Thunderstruck, because you just get damage increase by, you know, killing enemies. It actually works. And I don't mind it so much, so I wouldn't change that. This is a big... This one needs a massive buff, right? Massive buff. It's like 2 spirit on a crit strike. No way. No way you're picking this up. Not with the amount of spirit generation you can get. I mean, this is a... You have to go out of your way to pick this up, too. Like, you have to go out of your way. This needs a massive buff. Massive buff to that. Before it was good, right? You could get a lot out of it. Now you don't need it, right? I mean, just our legendary nodes are... I mean, but that's across the board with all classes. I know the druid, so... a lot of our glyphs, too, like... a lot of our glyphs need to be adjusted. Barrier is fine now. That's getting fixed. Getting a little bit of a damage buff. The additional on exploit. That's a big one. So, Vulnerable was nerfed back in, like, what, Season 1? They redid, or Season 2, I can't remember, but they redid the crit damage and vulnerability. But they never changed these things. So when an enemy is damaged by you, you have a 3-second vulnerability on a 20-second cooldown. What the hell? Like, just make it a chance to cause vulnerability on damage and call it a day. And don't add a lucky hit. Give it like just make it like your Storm Strike. 50% chance to give you vulnerability for 3 seconds. It immediately becomes way better, right? I don't mind this on Outmatch because, 16% is pretty hefty. A lot of this stuff, damage reduction is fine. Guzzler, Guzzler needs a massive change. Fulminate, whatever. Like, Electrocution is probably one of our better ones. I wish Dominate would just give you a percentage increase to overpower, right? So when you overpower an enemy, give you a multiplier. I'd rather it just give you a flat increase to overpower. If you just had that coupled with Obsidian Slam, you could build like a better overpower setup. I like multipliers, but at the end of the day, like when you're not overpowering, it feels trashy. Poise is terrible. I don't know what you're gonna do with that. I like Shapeshift Glyph, but the more we get crit chance, the more this becomes useful. Useless. Spirit's fine now that it works. Wild is fine. Werewolf, Werebear, all this flat damage reduction stuff is fine. Tectonic is one of our more interesting ones with that lucky hit. I'd like to actually... I think that's actually pretty interesting. I'd like to see what they could do with, like, adding more, like, instead of just lucky hit chance, maybe crit chance to some of your glyphs to see how it would work out. But a lot of this stuff falls into the skill tree, too. Like, why is Charged Atmosphere the way it is? Who knows? Like, why is it still this way? Why is this one still 10% on a lucky hit to cause vulnerability for 1 second? Scales up to, what, 3 seconds? Like, on a 10% chance to... on a lucky hit with a storm skill. So you have to lucky hit. It has to be a storm skill. And it has to be... and it's a 10% chance. So... a lot of these things need to be adjusted. This whole passive tree needs to be thrown out. Now that they're even making crowd control effects last less time, like, what are we getting out of Unrestrained? Shred into a channel skill. I don't mind Shred being the way it is, but I think that, like, they just need to buff the skill itself. Like, I was listening to Rax, I was like, a lot of his stuff I agree with. Like, this should be baked in to the skill itself. A lot of these things should be baked in to the skill itself. So that way you're always getting, dashes and stuff like that. And they could free up some of these passives here and make it... but I think Shred needs to be hitting really hard. Like, I think Shred needs to be hitting very hard single target, and then there should be something that allows Shred to do an AoE. But my overall feeling with Shred, and I think this would probably be, like I said, the most creative way to make this better, is if they allowed Lacerate. They allowed that when you cast Lacerate, you get the immunity, but you can also still cast Werewolf's skills inside of Lacerate. So you would basically cast Lacerate and then Shred while you're lacerating at the same time. And I think that would be like peak level Werewolf, in my opinion. I think it's active, RJ. I think it's only the active. I'm not sure. You know what? I wish I could tell you, but there's no tooltip, so it's hard to tell you if it's. You'd have to do a lot of testing because it's only 8% crit chance. Yeah, I mean, there's so many ways you could go about it, but at the end of the day, like, I think it would be really cool if you could cache your werewolf skills. And I think Shred, see, my idea with Shred is that it should be incredibly powerful single target, right? And the problem is like the first attack, second attack, you're looking for that third attack. It doesn't feel as good, right? So you can get that damage out, but I don't know. You have to go through 2 attacks to get to that third attack. That third attack is doing the biggest hit. Meaning you have to do 2 successive attacks that are significantly worse than your final hit, right? I mean, look at the damage difference. That second attack literally does half the damage of your third attack. Your first attack is a third of the damage, basically. So you have to go through 2 hits that don't even equal up to your third hit, right? The maximum values on your first 2 hits are not even as high as your third attack. So it's one of those things where it feels like they just need, I don't know. There's just so many things they need to do with it, but it should be hitting really hard single target. I had an idea about the waxing gibbous. I feel like the waxing gibbous could be like they need to rework it. I feel like it could probably be like, my idea with the waxing gibbous is that would give you like a stacking buff that would allow your Shred to progressively hit enemies in a bigger AoE. Like when you hit enemies, it hits an AoE, and then as you do successive hits with your Shred or whatever, you crit, it expands the hit range of your Shred. So it's like progressively hitting in a bigger AoE. I don't even know if I have a waxing gibbous. Oh, I do. I have a legacy one. Yeah, so gain stealth 2 seconds after you kill an enemy. So you have to kill an enemy. Means that bossing with this is trash. But I feel like maybe if they made this like an AoE, where like your Shred gets like a progressive stacking buff that, you know, maybe increases your damage as well as give it an AoE, so you're hitting multiple enemies. I also think that damage to injured enemies is a terrible stat. I wish they would make it to like, they need to make where healthy enemies are enemies above 50% HP and injured enemies are enemies below 50% HP. I think that would be the best way to do it. I feel like the values between injured and healthy are just too far apart. It makes bossing really bad. Plus, the life on kill is absolutely terrible. Doesn't apply to bosses. The critical strike damage value is trash. Damage over time, too. The change to the damage over time. So, how does that apply to the build you're going to make with Shred? Because you're not going to do poison. No one's picking up poison, right? Unless they have something unless they're working on something in the back end for Season 5 where they basically make poison way better, no one's picking up poison. So that change alone makes the waxing gibbous in any axis really bad. I don't know. It's hard to say because outside of just flat buffing the damage, which is in my opinion it's not very creative. I don't know exactly what you would do, like what they would do, what they think is necessary. I know what I would do, but I don't know what they're going to do. What do they think is necessary for making a skill better? I think what they did to Landslide is great. Giving it a bigger hit area, phenomenal idea. I've been saying that forever. But, you know, you never know what they think is good. And I think a lot of the aspects, too, are terrible for Shred. I think that's the biggest thing. It's like there's nothing good for Shred. Its unique item is trash. The skill itself is trash. All the aspects for Shred are trash. So what do? It's basically like, where do you tackle it from first? I don't know. It's at least Landslide had good aspects, right? Lightning Storm, you know, has a good unique item. The aspects could use some work, but the unique item's really good. Tornado, just having the aspect to make it actually hit enemies makes it good. Pulverize had good aspects. You know, Shred doesn't have anything. It has 0 of any of that. Since the release of the game, 0. Blurred Beast was bugged. I don't count it. So, it'll be interesting, but we'll see what they do. It's always like, what do they think is best? Because that's what they're going to do. And typically, it's just buff the damage. No, I like 3 attacks. I don't think they should change the 3 attacks. I just think there shouldn't be such a large discrepancy between the damage, right? So maybe your first attack... Maybe your first attack with Shred should be like... I don't know. Half the damage. The second attack should be like 2/3. And then the third attack, maybe just change that discrepancy between each attack. Yeah, I feel like it's just too much. Like, those first 2 attacks just feel trashy. You get that big attack, and that's cool. But those first 2 attacks just feel bad. And the problem, too, is, like, you want to build up... What you want to do with Shred is build up attack speed. But the more attack speed you add, the more spirit you spend. So you have to go into spirit costs. And the spirit cost is 35, and that feels like... I mean, it's 35 because you... I mean, you get 3 hits, but... I mean, 35 just feels like... It feels like a lot. Like, Pulverize is 35. And Pulverize hits like a truck when you hit. Like, it hits hard. I feel like a lot of it, too, is like some of the spirit costs with our skills, too. It makes it a little bit harder to spam them out, but... Cataclysm Glove solves that problem.
What's up, Chunky Man? Hi. Boy, it's raining outside. It's storming like crazy. Come here, booger. Hey, you.
What's he been doing? What's up, Munster? He's like, I'm gonna grab a controller. Let me play some of these games. Oh. He's getting so heavy. When I'm carrying around his little carrier, I'm like, Jesus, this kid's like a sack of bricks. I think I'm going to do like a write-up and post it on the forums. I'm not a partner, so it's kind of pointless for me to try to send anything to Blizzard. I don't have access to like the partner stuff, so I'll do like I'll probably make a video and then I'll do like a write-up and I'll post it on the forums. It's just so hard because I don't have a whole lot of time like this week to actually do anything. I can play the PTR on a limited degree, and right now I'm just trying to farm that stupid shard, so... Yeah, I agree. I think not having... I think it's fine to be, like, 3 hits. Yeah, I agree. Like, if you... or what they could do is they could significantly drop the spirit cost, like, of Shred, and just give it 1 hit. But every time, you know, the hits in succession, like, they look different. It's just, like, one shred. You're just doing, like, these... It has like a similar animation, so it looks as cool. And maybe what they could put in there is like, maybe Shred could be 1 hit. They change the base value to the highest value of what Shred gives you. Okay, let me just stop for a second, because I actually have to like... Let me go back to town and let me kind of paint the picture so we can actually look at it together. Florida. I live in Florida. Okay, so I'm going to paint a picture of why 1 hit would not be actually that bad. Okay, so let's look at Shred real quick, okay? Make Shred 1 hit. Reduce the spirit cost to 15, just like Lightning Storm, okay? So make Shred 1 hit. Reduce the spirit cost to 15. Make your 1 hit as powerful as the 3rd hit, okay? Now, every single hit is dealing that big giant damage, right? And that's a buff to the damage right away. And keep the animation the same, right? So it still looks cool. Like you do the 3 hits, does 3 different animations. Keep the dash, build the dash into it so you're always dashing. And then, right? What they could do further, change this passive, put this passive into Shred. So now you're getting the dash. Now you're getting the critical strike damage increase. Put it into Shred. I don't think it would be that big of a deal. They could change it later if it was overpowered. Then they could give you a passive that says every 3rd hit, right? Every 3rd successive hit on an enemy gives you a multiplicative damage. Gives you a multiplicative damage hit that hits in a large AoE around you. Now, obviously, that would completely destroy this passive. They could change some things, but then you would actually like it would be a good core skill, right? Lower the cost, make it a 1-hit, keep the animation, add the dash in, give it the crit damage, or don't give it the crit damage. Leave that, maybe not give it the crit damage, leave it as the dash. Put the crit damage here, but then instead of the 2nd and 3rd attacks performing the dash, you say Shred every 3rd attack. Shred hits a massive AoE, right? Like a big, like a just a big enough AoE that you can take up a bunch of enemies, right? Every 3rd successive hit on a single target gives you a big AoE. Or maybe every 3rd hit in general gives you a big AoE, right? Shred hits in an AoE around your character. So you would automatically just make Shred better by doing that. That's my argument for I could make for like a 1-hit Shred. You'd have to lower the spirit cost. You have to make it the top end hit. Add the dash to it. Turn the 3rd passive into AoE of some kind. Like, I think it would function better that way, because then you're not going through the 1st and 2nd low hits, right? Then you're actually just getting that pop every time, and then with that being the case, this automatically becomes better, because now you're not really juggling that 3rd hit, right? It doesn't matter when that 3rd hit is, because it's always going to hit on a high hit for Shred. So you're always getting that big multiplier. And again, I would just change that damage against injured enemies. I would probably make that damage to enemies above, damage to enemies below 50% HP. Something like that. It has to be way higher than injured, because injured is such a small amount of the enemy's HP. Like bleed, for example. Yeah, I mean, you could incorporate something like that. Here's the problem, though, with adding bleed, right? And I don't disagree that it would be cool to have a werewolf build that also bleeds enemies. We don't have any glyphs for that. Like, we don't have any passives for bleed. We don't have any glyphs for bleed. So we have stuff for poison. We don't have anything for bleed. So they would have to build us out stuff for bleed, like where we do have stuff for poison, and it would be a much more natural thing to have where we have a poison werewolf, you know. So I'm not opposed to the bleed. Obviously, thematically, it sounds good. Like a werewolf bleed works perfectly. But I just think that they would have to add a lot more to the class to make that viable, versus just building out what's already there, and what's already there is poison. But I actually don't think I would mind the 1-hit Shred. I don't think I'd mind it at all. They would just have to kind of adjust numbers. Yeah, obviously that's the biggest issue. That's one of the biggest issues, right? Typically there's bugs that they don't address, and because there's bugs that they don't address, even if they change something, it doesn't matter, because there's underlying bugs that make the skill or passive or whatever not function as intended. But if they made it work the way it's supposed to, then you could make an argument for it, right? But even then, I still don't think it would be valuable because you'd probably still get more from Earth Sign Strength or running Bestial Rampage, right? Your overall damage output from Bestial Rampage would still be significantly better. You get the attack speed, so you don't have to roll attack speed on as many items. You could roll on damage buckets. You get a big 50x, so, you know, just for being in Werebear for 2 seconds. I hate the mechanic. I wish you only have to shapeshift, but it's still 50x. You know, that's going to be better than Lupine Ferocity is. I mean, look what they did to Perfect Storm. Like, they gave it 10% more multiplicative damage. Still absolute trash. They made it give you a 30% damage multiplier, and Earthsign Strength gives you a 30% damage multiplier on a better conditional, and it gives you more health while you're in Werebear form, and you get more overpower damage. So, yeah, again, this is another reason why I think they just don't quite understand what is making something not work well, right? They're just arbitrarily throwing things around. Like, oh, we're going to give this a buff, and we're going to do this with that, and we're going to... It's like, okay, but why? Are you asking yourselves why? Do you know why? Do you know why it doesn't work? Do you... I mean, you have a community full of people who can tell you. They'll give you the answer. Like, all you have to do is ask. I mean, Jesus Christ. Rax literally writes up these long-ass, you know, multiple paragraph, like, and so does Wadijo. Wadijo does the same thing. Like, Macrobio does the same thing. They write up these really lengthy, well thought out, you know, like descriptions of what is wrong with the classes, and they don't even, I don't know. Like, they're like, this is the problem. They're like, ah, yeah, but we're gonna do this. It's like, okay, but you know, these people play the game as a profession. Like, they're playing the game as a career. They play it all the time, every day, and they love the game and they want to make it better so they can enjoy playing it all the time, every day. And you guys are just basically like, well, we know what's best. It's like, do you though? Do you know? Like, what, do you know what's best?
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, definitely have they definitely have to fine tune it, but I mean, I don't know. I personally think it would be better if Lupine Ferocity. My thing with that is, like, again, I wish it would be a way of like breaking something. Like, you know how Tyrael's Might, right? It breaks your it breaks your resistance caps. So you go from 70 and you can get all the way up to like 85% resistances. And that 85% resistances is massive. It feels crazy. It makes you so tanky, right? I actually really love things like that. Because it just, to me, that's how you should be doing things. Like, you could create, it makes something special. So for me, like, Lupine Ferocity could do something in that direction, right? Break attack speed cap. Break some kind of cap, right? To make it where you're like, holy cow, this thing is amazing. Like, give you ungodly amounts of attack speed and break attacks. I don't know. I just think it could be more creative than just giving you a multiplier. I feel like that's what we're kind of boiling everything down to. It's like we have multiple multipliers, and the best one wins, and the best one is usually going to be Bestial Rampage. Even though it's clunky, it's like, what's going to be better than Bestial Rampage? A Bestial Rampage passive where you don't have to quick shift. And then everybody's just going to run that. So... No, I agree. Absolutely. They need to do that. That's why I 100% agree that they need to spend a lot more time with the game, and they also need to stop introducing a bunch of, like, for me, all of these new unique items should not be in the game. They need to test, balance, and bug fix every single unique item that currently exists. They do not need to add a bunch of unique items that are going to break the game and then try to balance everything out. It's like, the best time to ever do any balancing and bug fixing is early on in a game's development, because there aren't as many systems that you have to worry about. As soon as you start adding stuff in, you immediately make everything far more complicated. And so that's what we're doing. We're kind of like we're basically not addressing the bugs that currently exist, not addressing the balancing problems that currently exist, and they're just adding in more and more complexity that stacks on top of these already pre-existing problems. And what we're going to end up with is, you know, basically a broken hot mess, right? We're going to end up with a broken hot mess, classes that name me one season where the best build for the season has not been a bug. Please name me one single thing. And it's not Barbarian, okay? That's not an answer, okay? That's not an answer. Name me one season where the best build has not been a bug. And I just think that's not good, right? And see, I don't even agree with that. Like casuals, so casuals don't deserve a good gaming experience. Like I don't agree with that. I think casual players. See, here's the problem that I think a lot of people don't. That I think a lot of people kind of don't understand. It's like casual players also like a challenge. Just because you're a casual player does not mean you don't have skill. It just means you don't have enough time to do what other people do, right? You don't have enough time to sit around and grind out all this stuff, right? So instead of making maybe 4 or 5 builds a season, maybe you can make 1 or 2. Okay, you just have lack of time. Doesn't mean you have lack of skill. It doesn't mean you don't want to engage in a game that, you know, actually provides you with some form of challenge, but also gives you the ability to be a little bit more creative with your setups. So I think they're doing a disservice to casual players. I think they do a disservice to casual players by not making their experience more valuable, right? Like more engaging. Like every single person who plays the game, if you say you're killing a boss, right? What's going to make you feel better? One-shotting a boss, or going through a tough challenge, finally killing that boss? It's a big achievement. You get a massive reward for it, right? And you're super happy, right? You've achieved something. Everybody's going to like that more. Like it just has to meet that balance of difficulty, right? And reward, as well as, you know, time spent. And I think them just, you know, giving us a bunch of damage is just silly. I think the idea that casual players, like I was more of a casual player before I started making content. And let me tell you something, like I love challenging games. I just couldn't spend as much time. So like the challenge had to come sooner, so that way I didn't have to spend as much time. I mean, I don't, bro. I think that they're just kind of, I think they're looking at things. I do think that they're actually looking at stuff. They're starting to. I think they're making a lot more intelligent changes to the game. I will give them that credit. I do see a lot of things that they have addressed. Like I said, the biggest one for me, even though it's something that's really small, was allowing Druid to use swords. Like, things like that let me know that they're kind of starting to understand. But then they buff, like, you know, constricting tendrils damage. It's like, okay, well, what are you guys thinking? So I think they're starting to do a lot more, you know, they're starting to analyze, they're starting to look at the actual classes. I've seen them posting out a lot more of their you know, like, for instance, like Adam Perez. He keeps posting out all the different classes he's leveling to 100. So I actually think they are starting to play their game a lot more. But yeah, I think previous seasons, I don't even know what they were doing, to be honest. I think they were probably like listening to player feedback and just kind of doing things like increasing values without actually knowing how to increase them or what to buff or what to nerf. I think that's probably what I think they're, but I like I said, I have a lot more, they're very communicative. So I feel like they're actually starting to pay a lot more attention. We'll see what happens with the official patch notes. I don't want to go too hard. Like I don't want to be too hard in my opinion until I see the official patch notes. Like this is just a PTR, and I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt. But I would not be surprised if it was like what we're looking for from the official patch notes. But I will also say that I do expect there to be some things in there that we're quite happy with. Like I'm starting to feel like I'm pretty comfortable with saying that every patch has been progressively better. Even if there were some things that weren't necessarily that great, every patch has been progressively better. And I would say that the Season 5 patch, with all the feedback that they're getting, I think it's going to be a pretty good official patch. I feel confident, like probably like a 70-30, you know, confidence that our Season 5 official patch notes will definitely address a lot of the problems that people are talking about. Same. That's actually kind of hard on Xbox. There's a couple ones out there. Grim Dawn is a really popular one. Grim Dawn's really popular. Wolcen, I don't know if Wolcen's still active. Is it? I don't even know. Wolcen was one. You could try Wolcen. I would recommend like Grim Dawn. Grim Dawn's pretty good. You can get PoE, but I think PoE is not really friendly. Like it's pretty complex. I don't think if you like Diablo, there's just some things that PoE are just gonna be like, it's way too much busy work. Grim Dawn's a good one though. I think you might like that one. There's quite a few that are available. Do I have any I'm looking for, I'm gonna go ahead and move up to the next area. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna find this sword. And I don't have enough time to farm it up the next couple days either. So I'm probably gonna call it on the PTR after today's stream. I'm probably not gonna be, I just won't have time. I won't have time to get in the PTR. I won't have time to really farm up items. I think what I'm really focused on, I'll probably start playing the live game and then building out my characters, getting their gear fully masterworked. And I think I'm gonna focus on like pushing pits for the leaderboards. Whenever Maxroll puts up their leaderboards for the end of the season, pit pushing hardcore. That's probably what I'll be focusing on after this. Man, that would have been nice if that Azra's Wrath had been the shard, man. Been all I needed. Isn't? It's not. Oh, I didn't know. It's on Game Pass. I don't know what's on Game Pass. How much is Grim Dawn right now? Is it expensive? Oh, 40? Yeah. It's definitely a better, I think it's, what else? I don't know. I don't know what, I'd have to get on my Xbox. I'd have to get on my Xbox to actually look.
I must wait a moment. I'm not ready.
Where is a one hand when you need a one hand? chest. Damn, no one-hand chests? Well, I appreciate that, brother. Yeah, I really love the class, man. This is my only class I've played, so I don't flip-flop back and forth yet. Although that Spiritborn is looking pretty interesting. And, I tend to think from different directions, too. Like, in not just what I'm good at, but what I think a lot of people would probably find to be more beneficial. The good thing is a lot of the things that I'm saying, like from the past, things that I've put in other videos or things I've said in the past, I'm starting to hear a lot of other bigger content creators and streamers, like they're starting to say those exact same things. So I think it's going to be, I think we can be a little bit more optimistic about what we can expect from the official patch notes. It's like I watched Ace's video where he was talking about the things that are issues with the Druid class, and I was actually really happy he made that video, because a lot of people see his content, and a lot of people would probably put him as like the best Druid player or the top Druid player, and I think just having him making those videos is, he's just the most popular, probably the most popular Druid player we have. It would be Rax if Rax was playing Druid, but he's typically playing like Necro or something like that. But I was definitely happy to see Rax talking about the Shred, man. Because I would love to play a season where Shred Druid is at least close to the top. Doesn't have to be the tippy top, but it would be nice if Shred was even remotely close to the top.
I need more time.
Well, bro, stay safe, brother. Stay safe. I don't blame you for taking a break, though. Season 4 had a lot, man. Season 4 had a lot of player retention, and I think we're pretty late into the, you see that? You see, isn't that funny? If you use your skills off your horse, you can, like, your skills bound to your left trigger, you can turn into, like, your, like I can turn into my werebear while I'm on my horse. I don't know if anybody knows that, but if you, whatever you bind to your left trigger, you can actually trigger while you're on your horse. It's kind of funny. I'm a bear riding a horse. There's got to be something wrong about that, right? Yeah, I don't think, well, listen, Rob takes heat because Rob is crazy. I love Rob, but he's crazy, okay? Some of the things Rob says are just crazy. Rob says, I was watching Rob's video the other day, and he literally compared bugged out Druid builds, bugged out Sort builds that are definitely going to get patched to Barbarian. I'm like, bro, come. I think I have one of the top comments on that video. I was like, I'm with you on a lot of things, but damn, bro, like, you say some wild stuff. He just says stuff. I don't know. I think that's why he gets so much heat, because he'll just say stuff, and I respect that. You know, he's fun to watch. He's a great streamer, great content creator, and at the end of the day, I will tell you what, Rob definitely has a lot of great suggestions. Like, he has, like, there are some legit, he definitely sees some of the bigger problems. I think we just differ. Me and him have a difference of opinion. He's a very buff first person. Like, he wants buffs over nerfs. I think nerfs are incredibly important to maintain, like, a nice equilibrium with the game, right? I always think about how classes are dealing with in-game content and how in-game content is going to be affected by buffs, right? And what I see is, with Barbarian's one-shotting 4-man tormented bosses in seconds, right? not one-shotting, but, you know, they're killing them in, like, less than, you know, in a couple seconds. Barbarian is chewing through all of the content in the game, and it doesn't even take, you don't even have to really max your character out to any degree, right? And then all we're left with is pit pushing. And what I see is a big problem in the future. So every single time they release content, people are going to blow through that content at breakneck speed, because if we buff everything to be as strong as Barbarian, then no one's gonna have anything to do. And what's gonna happen is people are gonna have the pit every single season. And once we hit pit tier 200, then there's gonna be nothing to do. So I always try to look at things from a balancing perspective, like taking into account the actual gameplay. And I think he sometimes just is like, oh, well, that's not as strong as this, so just make it as strong as this, without really thinking about how it's going to affect your quality of gameplay, like how it's going to actually allow you to engage with, like, the mechanics of the game. Because right now, Barbarians don't have to. They face tank everything, they destroy everything, and they never run out of resources. Right? So it's one of those things where it's we just have two differing opinions there. I think I would like to hear. I actually like Wadijo. I think he has a better. Well, I'm a bit biased. I like his opinions more because I think he thinks a lot like the way I think in terms of like how I approach the game and what I expect out of my gameplay. So I'm a bit biased there. I like the way he kind of approaches things, but I think Rax is probably a better overall. Like the way he thinks would probably be a better changes overall for the majority of the player base. And I think Rob just loves to have fun. So I think, well, he has some good points a lot of times, but sometimes my man is just like, just let us hit 1 trillion damage. What's the problem? I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, but all three, I think everybody has, you know, it's like anything. Everybody's opinion is valid because everybody's opinion is, you know, what they think is the best in terms of what they want out of the game. So no one's wrong, and no one's, you know, no one's wrong, and no one has the answer for everyone. So the fact that they're talking about it makes me happy. Getting them to talk about it. I wish Rob would switch to the Druid for 1 season and just play the Druid, because then I know that things would change. Because for some reason, whenever Rob says something, it happens. Point blank, period. Rob is a mash. Like, he's a magician. I don't know if the dev team just really loves watching him, but every time Rob says something, it happens. I remember the Bash Barb nerf that was going to happen. My man was like, don't. That's a bad change. And they were like, you're right. We're not going to nerf Bash. So I was like, as long as let Rob play the Druid, we'll have a massive change to the Druid. But as far as clickbaity go, I think a lot of people do clickbaity stuff. Even I do clickbaity stuff. It's just what it is. You know, you're trying to get the most eyes to your content, so everybody puts like crazy. And for me, like, I like to make build videos, but I like to make build videos using gear that isn't perfect. So a lot of people be like, oh, your damage is trash, but it's like, you know, I like to give people a realistic idea of what they can expect out of builds versus like, here's my build video with the best gear in the game, right? Because getting the best gear in the game is impossible for everyone. I would say the majority of players. Oh yeah, absolutely, bro. That's season 1, and I think that's a big reason why the devs are scared to make a lot of changes too, with the damage and stuff, because they're scared of having the backlash from season 1. And the problem is, though, is you just got to own your game. At the end of the day, you have to know what is best for your game, and you have to make the work that you're doing much more efficient, right? Like, you shouldn't need to patch things multiple times, bug fix everything every time you release a patch, no matter how big it is. You shouldn't need to constantly go back through and do double the work, triple the work. So I think they're kind of shooting themselves in the foot by not being more confident with the changes that they're making. and following through just because they're scared of the backlash. You have to own it, man. You have to just be confident that the changes you're making are going to make... Like, you have to just have a vision and follow through with it. You know, you have to know for a fact that even though people might think this is a bad thing, they're going to realize that you're right. Like, it's going to be better for the overall game. But yeah, Season 1, I think people wouldn't have been so upset about Season 1 if, in fact, the seasonal mechanic was better too. But there were just so many things about Season 1. And the end game and things like that. It just really didn't bode well for the game overall. But then they had Season 2. And people loved it. But then they had, here's the funny part about Season 2. Then they had the mid-season Season 2. And everybody hated it again. It's like Season 2 started off with a bang, but then it ended with a giant implosion. AOZ was a terrible, terrible game, like designed so poorly. And then I'll never forgive them for the Midwinter Blight event. That was probably the worst event I've ever played in any game ever. Like, that was like easily the worst seasonal event ever. I hope it's not short and bad though. See, I just can't, I can't think of why they would want it to be bad. Like, to me, if you have a bad Season 5, you're destroying that opportunity to build hype into Season 6 and the expansion. I really feel like if you make a bomb Season 5, it's going to pull people into the game. And when Season 6 hits, you're going to be breaking records, right? You're setting the tone for the expansion. If you have a bad Season 5, it's not going to be like... It is so important for Season 5, even though it's a shorter season, to continue to, build on that hype. Because the expansion is going to be adding a whole new class, a whole new area, more story, all this stuff. And, yeah, I just feel like you want to have that hype going into the season. Like I said, I'm gonna hold my hard opinion on the until we get the official patch notes. But you better believe, like, if I'm not happy about it, like, I'm gonna call out every single thing, because yeah, I definitely wouldn't understand, even from a business perspective, why you would want to have a bad Season 5. Like, you can't afford, like, Diablo has had such a rocky start. You can't afford just to have a bad Season 5. Like, I'm sorry, but you've had more bad seasons than good seasons. The launch of the game was relatively good until people found out that there wasn't much to do, right? It was as vast as an ocean, but as shallow as a puddle, you know what I mean? That kind of, like, thing going on. You have all these things, but there's no depth. And then Season 1 made it even worse. Season 2 was a redeemer until you got to the mid-season update. Season 3 was... the problems in Season 3... didn't even need to exist. They were so glaringly obvious that they should have never gotten past anything. And then Season 4 has been largely the best, the best season to date. So I don't think that they have room to just have a throwaway season yet. Maybe if they have, like, several seasons in succession that you're really excited about. But yeah, definitely don't, in my opinion, have the room to just have a bad season and just, oh yeah, we're good. We're just gonna go into the yeah, I don't think they have that. They are one bad season away from all of the hype they've built being completely just shut down. I can only imagine how many videos that people still love to hate Diablo. They love to make those I hate Diablo videos. They still get a lot of views. People hate Blizzard, even though they were bought by Microsoft. They don't have the opportunity. Yeah, I mean, listen.
I need more time.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I ain't saying you're wrong. I'm gonna be a little bit more optimistic. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm also gonna say I hope you're wrong. I'm gonna say I hope you're wrong. That's all. I mean, I definitely hope you're wrong. I hope they definitely take it a lot. I hope they take this last month now. What do we have? Like a month on the season. August 6th, I believe. So a little bit more than a month. So hopefully they take this month and they just get to work, and then they can have a good vacation. They can have a good summer. Once they buckle down and really crunch in some big changes for season 5. I don't think they're far off with the in-game content. Like, I don't think they're far off with the wave content, right? Everybody's asking for that. It's just poor implementation, right? I don't necessarily mind that it's in a fixed area. I just think it needs to be more exciting. Far more exciting. Like, they need to be far more exciting. There has to be something that really, really drives you into that content. And for the love of God, I hope they give us a druid cosmetic for our werebear and werewolf at some point in time. Like, that's another thing, just the simple things. I really hope we get some better druid cosmetics. I feel like we get the shaft the most in terms of cosmetics. I feel like the barbarian has all the best cosmetics. I want some cool druid cosmetics. Probably the last thing on my list of things I would do for the class, but still. Man.
It is done.
You know what I tried early on? Early on, I was hoping that if they had implemented that get uniques from the vendor, I was hoping that if I spam the vendor enough, that I would be able to get like the sword. So I made like a bunch of characters trying to get the sword out of the vendor. That didn't work. I felt pretty bad about that. Let's see. What would be the fastest way? This is when we need vaults. Like, this is about the time that we need to have vaults back in the game. Because, I have no way. I don't want to run nightmare dungeons. And I dang sure don't want to do the Infernal Horde mode. And doing the pit feels pretty bad because of the boss health. Leaves me only with Hell Tides, nightmare dungeons. Maybe we can get some fast nightmare dungeon. That one's kind of slow. New Gao ruins. Yeah, they definitely have to refine that tempering system a lot. I definitely agree. A lot of people find it. I like the fact that you can brick stuff, but they definitely have to make it a little bit more friendly to the player. They need to do that with that and enchanting too. Enchanting, they shouldn't have weighted affixes. Like getting your enchanting shouldn't be that hard. It should be a lot easier getting the affixes you're looking for. For masterworking, my idea with masterworking, the way I personally would change it, is I would lower the cost to reset your masterworkings on your items. I would lower it down to like 1,000,000 gold. And I would basically create tier systems. So like once you got your piece of gear to rank 4, you could only have to reset it to rank 4, right? So what you would do is you masterwork, you get the crit you want on the gear piece you want, and then you're happy, right? You don't have to reset it. But if you reset it at like level 4, it costs like 1,000,000 gold. And then once you're happy with that masterwork crit, then you go to rank 8, right? And then you reset it at rank 8, so you get the masterwork you're looking for. And then maybe on your resets at rank 8, it costs you like 3,000,000 gold. And then once you get the crit you're looking for at rank 8, then you do it again at rank 12. And then you would it would cost like 5,000,000 to reset at rank 12 until you get the crit on the tempering that you're looking for. And for me, the reason why I would set it like that is more for casual players. So casual players do have gold problems. Casual players do not have time to farm the pit endlessly. And they should not be locked out of upgrading gear pieces. I think the biggest, to me, in my opinion, the biggest barrier for entry to anything should be skill. Right? You should have to be good at it in order to do that. Like the best tier content should require skill. Getting gear, stuff like that, to me is kind of silly. Hey, what's up, Sky? It's going pretty good. How's your day going? We are just trying to farm up the shard. It's a one-hand sword, and I don't think I'm going to be able to get it farmed up. And this is like the last day I can actually do much grinding on the PTR, so... Hope we went the right way.
I must wait a moment.
Oh, that was weird. Yeah, I think after I finish the leaderboards, like whenever they do the max score leaderboards, I think after I finish that, I'm gonna do like a playthrough on Elden Ring. I've been wanting to play through the DLC, but I have to beat the whole game again on PC to stream it. I beat the game on Xbox when it first came out, so it's been a long time since I played through it. I heard that the DLC is pretty hard, but I also heard they just nerfed it a little bit. I hope not. I hope it's not something I can't kind of like make my own barrier for difficulty. I'm typically pretty good at Souls-like games. It's one of my favorite types of games to play, so...
I must wait.
Oh, just one shots left, right, and center. Well, I will admit I typically like to play very glass cannon builds, so and just rely on learning the mechanics. I already know how I'm gonna play it. Like I think what I'm gonna do is I'm going to make a brand new character. And I'm either going to stick with the brand new character gear, or I'll find other gear pieces, I'm not sure, to beat the whole thing. But I know that I think I'm going to cap my level. I'm going to cap my level at like 125. I think 125 is a perfect cap.
I need more time.
Yeah, PoE 2 looks like it's got a lot of promise, man. It looks like like if they manage to find that perfect balance of complexity versus simplicity for both hardcore and casual players, they're going to have quite the game on their hands. And I think for a studio that only specializes in one game, they should be able to do that. I mean, I don't think they make any other game other than PoE and now PoE 2, so of all of the companies that should be able to do it, they should be able to do it. Oh yeah, Cataclysm procs Overload pretty easy. Procs it twice off of one proc though. Oh, that's pretty cool. You know what makes it... Overload is the ass... wait. Overcharge. I'm thinking of Overcharge. Overload is a boon. Overload is a boon. I'm thinking of Overcharge. This is Overload. I'm thinking about making like a strength-based build and going like warrior or something like that. I'm not sure yet though. Get that 60 vigor. 60 vigor is like the perfect amount of vigor. Where are our one-hand... Maybe we can get lucky. Get a one-hand weapon over here. It would be really funny if I got the item and then I died immediately. Well, hopefully things get hopefully things get better though. Hopefully things get a little bit better over there. I imagine it's probably pretty crazy being over there than looking at us over here, and all of the decisions that they make politically over here. Probably drives people crazy. Oh, double the rate, double the procs, yeah. I'm picking up what you're putting down. I don't think it really matters for overload though, because it's so bad. For something like overcharge though, the overcharge aspect, that one's actually pretty good. Yeah, I think that's what I hear the most about PoE is just like the, you know, there's a big difference between viable builds and non-viable builds. Like, it's glaringly obvious that you can only go one direction in a lot of circumstances, or maybe a handful of directions with builds, and the rest are just impossible to really get off the ground. Yeah, I think I'm always, especially for like games like this, build viability is probably one of the most important factors to creating like a long season to play. Having multiple ways to approach a season instead of being, you know, kind of pigeonholed into a few, you know, really overperforming builds, and then the rest of the builds are just so bad that you can't really even get them off the ground. Oh, overcharge? Okay. That's what I was wondering. I was like, overload, overcharge? Yeah, overcharge is definitely... Yeah, that's a big part of Lightning Storm. I was going to make a Lightning Storm build with overcharge in it because of the Cataclysm proccing it so much. Like, I felt like that would be a pretty hefty buff to a Lightning Storm build. Yeah, that's exactly what I said. I'm either gonna get it right when, like, either I'm gonna die right after I get it, or it's like I'm gonna be done. Like, well, honestly, if I would get it right before I was done, then I would just continue to play. And then I would actually be able to test things out. My luck, I would probably get it on the last day of the last minute of the PTR, and then I'd be like, oh yeah, cool, I got it. And then not really ever be able to test it out. So it's my fault. Like I said, it's my fault for playing most of the season on hardcore. Like, I only have this build set up in hardcore, and I really don't want to go through the lengthy process of trying to set everything up to where I could see if there was a significant damage increase on my softcore era characters. So. Yeah, but I already, in the future, man, I'm going to tell you what, I've been saying it for, since the last PTR. Instant access to everything, infinite resources, infinite temperings, infinite everything. Like, I should be testing all of the uniques, all the in-game content. That should be my primary focus. Not playing Hell Tides. They didn't make any changes to Hell Tides. Other than make them worse. Like, make them worse where you're not getting as many Baneful Hearts. And you're not getting as, many cinders because you can't use mine cages, and you're missing the elixirs. Like, all of that stuff made Helltides more fun. So hopefully, though, they'll put that stuff back in the game. Yeah, that's again PoE making you have to follow multiple guides. There's a guide for everything. You have to use multiple different sites and all these. Yeah, I don't like that either. No good. Nothing good here. I guess we'll go up here. Man, I can't believe the sword that I got was this stupid Azra's Wrath, man. Oh. That would have saved so much, like, oh, this... Everything would have been completely different had that sword been the shard. I hope I don't get that again. Also, I hope I don't get such good luck that I get a Doombringer again. That would really suck in this scenario. How many one-hand chests do we have over here? There's one there. I'll have to go check and see what it is. Hopefully it's not another two-hander. Yeah, overcharge definitely increases your single target damage. Yeah, it's definitely a big big aspect for Lightning Storm. It's one of the best ways to build out your Stormclaw damage. Overcharge procs. Damn, how many uniques have I even seen? That's another thing, man. I feel like I'm not even getting as many uniques.
I'm not ready.
Oh, it's an amulet. Dolmen Stone. No one needs a Dolmen Stone amulet right now. I wish they even put these in a boss, man. They should have definitely put these uniques in a boss. I don't know why they didn't hotfix it. They could have just hotfixed it like they did the, it's a two-hand. We'll just go back up here and open up that chest. Yeah, I don't think, I mean, I don't think you get enough out of Overcharge to make it your sole build, though. I mean, it's not bad, but it's certainly not, like, worthy of just going Cataclysm only, like making a pure Cataclysm setup. I think they need to allow you to increase the damage value of your Overcharge too. I think the unfortunate part is the only thing that changes when you put Overcharge on an amulet or a two-hander is the chance for it to proc. And I would rather them allow you to actually build the damage on that a lot better, like scale it a lot better by putting it on a two-hander and doubling the damage of the actual Overcharge proc. Yeah, right. You get all the rare magic items. You don't need the uniques, not the ones that give you the 300x multiplicative damage bonus. Yeah, you don't need that at all. That's not build defining by any measure. I even got the helmet that gives you, oh, I don't even have them, like 13 short. Yeah, that helmet is super build defining. They said, we want you to roll like 2 to 4 uniques, and we think that's the best target area. So What we're going to do is actually make it where you have to roll, you know, 5 to 6 of them just to see if we're correct. So we're just making uniques that just give you ridiculous multipliers for very little extra, for really no disincentive. You know? Oh my God, 0, 0, 0. And we don't even get a heart, man. We're not even getting hearts like that. Can I trade this in? That would be nice if they had a similar trade-in system like the Uber Unique system, or I should say Mythic Unique or whatever they call it. If every time we broke like a unique item, we got some kind of crafting materials so we could craft uniques. The Spark system. If we had a similar system like the Spark system, I think that'd be pretty good. Maybe instead of resplendent sparks, they're just sparks. And you can go to the vendor and craft up unique items for like, I don't know, 5 mil pop.
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's free testing, so... And I have no way to target farm this stuff, which makes it, which is actually the worst part about it. Not only am I hoping for a sword drop, but I'm hoping for a specific sword drop. A unique that isn't Azur's Wrath. So. I think I'm just kind of spinning my wheels here, though, right now in this Helltide. Because there's no more chests I can open up that will give me one-hand weapons. And the only way I could really farm out stuff is doing the Blood Maiden, but I can't get any Baneful Hearts. So I'm kind of just spinning my wheels over here. There's really no point to be here. Let's do... If the other stuff, if that new, if the Infernal Horde mode didn't take so long, I'd run Infernal Horde, but it takes forever. Even the lowest tier takes way too long, so... And it doesn't give you anything. Yeah, I agree. I agree with the uniques. It definitely when you need those unique slots, or when you need those slots, mainly to make your actual skills function appropriately, like it definitely hurts. Oh, these walls, man. We'll just kill them just to hope that they drop something that ends up in our stash. Yeah, it really, exactly. Werewolf builds require Tempest. The only one that's nice is Werebear ones because you don't really need to have Vasili's Prayer. Except for if you're doing like Landslide. Oh my god, don't be 30 seconds. Okay, good. I was like, don't be the 30-second cooldown, well, not cooldown, but timer where I have to kill everything. I don't think werewolf builds will be bad. I think you'll be surprised. I think they'll probably buff them up. I think they're probably going to buff up lightning storm damage. They'll probably buff up tornado damage. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. We have to remember, it's a PTR. They could make some serious changes. And I would definitely hope they do so, if they want people to be happy with the season. Come on. At least this one has a boss, so we get drops. Oh, Jesus. Well, let's go ahead and open the chest. You never know. I will say this definitely solves the problem of the AoE issue with using builds like Windshear, having Cataclysm up almost all the time. Now in high tier content, obviously that's not going to be the case, but in a lot of low tier content, like when you're farming Hell Tides and stuff, this is definitely going to feel a lot better. Jesus Christ, how many doors?
I'm not ready yet.
Actually, let me go ahead and see if I got Jalal's Vigil's pretty fast. Yeah, but I don't know. Maxwell has a lot of bad builds, so. I think Maxwell still had a werewolf build using Zenith Ring for Tornado. They have some decent stuff, but. I mean, I don't think that Tornado will actually, like... You have to think, Tornado has the double cast. Like, you lose the multiplier off a Thunderstruck, but it is getting a damage buff. It'll probably get another damage buff. You can use more aspects now. So you're not really getting the entire loss of your Thunderstruck node being capped. So I would still see Tornado being really powerful. Lightning Storm is the attack speed, so Lightning Storm getting attack speed now. You can use... There just needs to be more aspects you can use to buff up your damage, I think, for your Storm skills. So the biggest issue with Storm skills now is that I think because of Thunderstruck node, right? Because of the Thunderstruck node, they didn't really have a lot of aspects that buffed up your damage. But Earth skills in, like, Pulverize, they didn't have the Thunderstruck node like that. So there's a lot of great aspects for Earth skills. Like Landslide has really great aspects. Pulverize has really great aspects. So I think that's the reason why people are feeling like the big hit to Storm skills too, is because there's not really any good aspects for Tornado other than Storm Chaser, which I don't think should be an aspect. I think that should be in the skill. And then Lightning Storm has the same thing where Lightning Dancer only hits multiple enemies. It doesn't hit single targets. And Overcharge is really good, but it's not going to be better than having just a straight multiplier to your core damage, you know? So if they don't buff up the actual damage you deal, they at least need to, I don't know, give you some better aspects. Zenith is bad for Tornado, though, because you can't get it to proc on bosses. So on bosses, Zenith is absolutely useless, right? That's the problem with Zenith. In the beginning of your build, it's not too bad. You can rely on getting that debilitating roar, but when you get to, like, high-tier content, you need that debilitating roar without needing it to be gated by killing an enemy with a werewolf skill. So that's the problem with Zenith Ring. Although I will say the Height and Malice and Quick Shift ranks, depending on how they buff the Zenith Ring going into the next season, like if they buff the Zenith Ring pretty hard, you're probably going to want to pick up that ring anyway, just because of that of those specific passives. I will say you should never get 1.8% crit chance on a unique item. I don't know how that needs to be said, but... Are you talking about the helmet, though? Because I don't think that helmet's going to make it into the game. Yeah, it's fine on bosses. They're just better choices. They're better options than Zenith Ring. Like, far better options. Unless you get a really good Zenith Ring, I would say. Like, with Master with, like, greater affixes. I'd say if you get a really good Zenith Ring with greater affixes to your height and census and quick shift, that's probably better than a plain ring. I don't know. That's even hard to say, because you could probably get more out of your temp rings. Like a big roll to, like, damage to distant or damage to close enemies. You get a couple crits into that, you're talking about a solid, like, 20x, 30x multiplier. Plus you get an aspect slot, which gives you more resource gen 2 options if you want to go that route. Yeah, I just think, yeah, I mean, I just think Storm Chaser ultimately shouldn't even be a thing. Like, you should never design a skill to not hit enemies. That's the dumbest, that's like literally the dumbest shit I've ever seen in my life. You should not design a skill to not hit the enemies it's supposed, like, you're, why? Why would you do that? It's just like the Catagloves. Why would you design Cataclysm to not hit enemies? It seems like that would be an obvious thing.
I cannot do that here.
Yeah, I agree. Zenith does that, but if you just get the right amount of debilitating roar, duration rolls on your defensive gear pieces and stuff, you'll be able to cast debilitating roar all the time. Yeah, I think that the Lucian's crown doesn't need to... Like I said, my overall opinion, man, they shouldn't incorporate any of these uniques in the game. Like, they should focus on balancing and buffing and bug fixing the uniques that currently exist. Specifically, the class-specific uniques, like Crone Staff, like Waxing Gibbous. All of these class-specific uniques that should be significantly better than general uniques because they only apply to your class alone. Like, the general uniques shouldn't even be the best uniques. General unique items should just be like, kind of, oh, well, this item is really good, but it's not anywhere near as good as like a top-tier legendary item with perfect affix rolls and everything, right? Or uber unique, right? Those should be the best items. But your class-specific uniques, those uniques should be like almost build defining, right? Those should be where we get that big, huge damage buff. It shouldn't be general uniques that apply to every class. That's just a poor design. Like, the only uniques that should be doing that much damage are your class-specific uniques. Because those are kind of important. Those are typically geared towards one skill type, something like that. So, yeah, like, I don't know why they would, you know, but it is what it is. No, I don't think they had any plan, man. I think they just added the shout tag. I don't think they really had any plan. From what I can see, I think they did it just to give us the barbarian, the aspect that was barbarian only. That gave us like some resource generation while we had a shout up. But like I said, the problem overall is the fact that they weren't designed to be shouts. Like Druid was not designed to have shouts, so it really does nothing for the class overall to make it a shout skill. Debilitating Roar affects party members because it reduces the damage of enemies that it hits, right? Bloodhound needs an entire aspect that you're never going to pick to be useful as a shout. And then that's even questionable. The only thing useful about Bloodhound is that it breaks attack speed cap. Other than that, it's trash. So, again, I think it's just like a change they didn't really think about. I will say, though, about the Zenith, though, like I said, man, that Zenith ring, if they buff it and they add more ranks or whatever, it's going to be crazy. Like, you're just going to pick it. It's not even going to matter. You're going to get so many ranks to quick shift that you're going to have a ton of multiplicative damage. You're going to have so much damage reduction from heightened senses that, like, you're just going to have a Zenith ring just to have a Zenith ring. And with the fact that we no longer scale our, with the fact that we no longer actually scale our Thunderstruck Cliff, it doesn't even matter that we lose the affixes, right? Because they don't provide the same value, right? Before, like, with Thunderstruck, you're getting two different values. You're getting the additive damage, and then you're also getting the multiplier from your Thunderstruck node. Now you're just getting the additive damage, and it doesn't matter. You cap out your Thunderstruck Glyph, move on. Doesn't matter. So you're actually might get a lot more value out of using that. Because honestly, there are not, like I said, there are not a lot of good aspects for storm skills. So you might just run a Zenith Ring just for the extra multiplier. You'll probably get more value out of it, to be honest, in Season 5 if everything stays the same. Well, thank God I found the third guy super easy. That way? Really?
I must wait a moment.
That wasn't this way. Y'all leading me the wrong direction. I was like, it's never that way. How's it this? Gotta love all the poison. Maybe they meant this way. That's what they meant. Oh yeah, Wild Heart, bro. They were smoking, bro. I don't know what they were doing. They were probably doing like some. I don't know what they were doing when they made Wild Heart. Like the fact that it takes what 20 stacks. 20 stacks is ridiculous. B, you have to wait 2 seconds to stack it one time. That's ridiculous too. And then C, when it expires, you lose every single stack all at once. So you have to build 20 more, like what the hell? Like you have to build 20 more stacks, like you have to go werewolf werebear, werewolf werebear, werewolf werebear, werewolf. No luck, bro. No luck. I don't think I'm gonna get the luck either. Werewolf werebear over and over again, get to 20 stacks. Oh, 5 seconds rolls off. Goodbye, all of your stacks. And then you have to go werewolf werebear, where it's, oh my god, bro. Wild Heart is the exact. I think that Wild Heart boots basically take the problem with quick shift builds and amplifies it times 100. Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, here's the thing, right? I don't think that they needed to cap it. What I think they should have done was, raise the amount, or not raise the amount, but lower the amount of multiplier you could get per, like, how much you, like, for instance, instead of 20%, maybe make it 10%. Make it 10% of the damage versus close damage versus distance damage buckets, right? Instead of 20, maybe make it 10. Then you cut it in half, but you can still leave it uncapped. So if I want to push for more, damage into my Thunderstruck node, I have that option. I'm fine with that. I would have liked them to leave, instead of capping Thunderstruck, I think it would have been better if they had an uncapped Earth and Devastation and make Earth and Devastation actually scale off of a different stat. Something like critical strike damage, right? Something that we actually want to build. Not damage to crowd control enemies, but something that's actually useful for building out your damage. And then you would have had a 1-for-1, basically, right? The problem with Earth and Devastation is that it was a capped capped legendary node, and then it also scaled off of a really useless damage bucket. So they could have definitely went in a different direction with it. It didn't need to necessarily be capped. They could have just adjusted the values. However, it's still one of the best legendary nodes we have. And I think that if they buffed up the skills appropriately, you're not going to care about the cap, right? You're not really going to care about the cap as much. The problem is when you feel like you're losing such a significant amount of damage that it basically destroys your build. Then you're like, okay, well, I really love a tornado build. I love a lightning storm build. I can no longer play those builds. That's the problem. So, you know, the cap isn't a bad thing. They just need to make sure they replace it with something that allows you to still make a competitive build. I don't think but again, at the end of the day, I don't think the cap was necessary. I think they could have just lowered the values and made it where you could still invest in it if you wanted to. But honestly, like I said, in the Barb meta, like, they shouldn't be adding caps to any damn thing. Well, Thunderstruck isn't really damage on Tuesdays, man. Thunderstruck is, okay, you're close to an enemy, you deal more damage. You're far away from an enemy, you deal more damage. And crowd control, I mean, they're not really damage on Tuesdays. It's a pretty easy modifier to achieve, right? You're not really jumping through too many hoops. The problem, again, is, like I said, damage to crowd control enemies doesn't directly apply to bosses, automatically making Earth and Devastation far worse than Thunderstruck. Well, they're never going to give you direct answers. They're just going to give you a vague answer to that because they don't really have... I don't think they have the time to give you a thorough explanation. Although I myself would like that too. What needs to happen is the time they spend on a campfire chat can be kind of generalized. But we need a Druid player to actually... Someone who understands Druid. We need them to have that opportunity to interview the devs, which they give that opportunity all the time, right? To those big name streamers and content creators. They need to actually be the ones to be like, hey, this has been a problem with the class. You know, this has been an issue that's pretty much stretched back to the beginning of the game. You know, why are you guys, just give me a little insight. Like, obviously you do it in a kind way, you know, so you're not abrasive and you're not being like rude or anything, but you're just kind of asking them, kind of probing questions like that. Like, what is your plan? How do you perceive the class? What issues do you see with the class? Unfortunately, we don't have that. A lot of times we see like very friendly questions that are almost too friendly, right? They don't really give us solid answers. They just kind of say the same thing over and over again. But again, like most of them are probably, they're not going to be sitting down for like some kind of, you know, grilling. They're not. I highly doubt you're going to get them to sit down and be grilled by anybody. It would be nice to have that clarity, though. Just a little bit. Yeah, it is technically, you're correct. There is still a cap, right? There is really, because even if you got perfect, even if you got perfect values on your temperings, and then you managed to crit on every single one of those values, it's still going to be capped by the amount that you can actually generate, right? You're not ever going to be able to scale it infinitely because you're always going to have a cap. I understand where you're coming from. So that's why I said, like, it honestly doesn't matter if they had capped it or not. If they could have just lowered the amount that you got out of it, right? They would have done the same, effectively done the same thing. Except for maybe you could get it above 40, but you might not have got, you wouldn't get it to like 300x. Like what you can do right now in the live game, you can get well over 200, 250, you know. It's crazy the amount that you can get on the live game. So, yeah, I mean, maybe you wouldn't be able to get it above 100, but you could still get it somewhere, and you know, you could still invest in it and get a decent amount of damage out of it if you wanted to. I wouldn't say it would be OP. I think it will be good, but I don't think it, you know, it is bugged on the PTR CM. It's bugged on the PTR. I'm not sure if it will be OP. I think it has great potential to be very powerful. But I don't know with the way that Poison scales if it will be overpowered. I think that Wolves builds and overall companion builds will be incredibly strong. And there is definitely a higher chance to make a viable Poison Creeper only build that will scale really well into in-game content. But overpowered, I couldn't tell you.
I'm not ready yet.
Crone Staff? I don't think you need to use a Crone Staff. You could, but I don't think you need to use a Crone Staff to make a really solid Poison Creeper build. But you probably would, depending on how they buff the Crone Staff. You probably would. It would just suck losing those Temperings, because those Temperings actually do a lot for Poison Creeper. You get a lot of damage from those Temperings. So I don't know if you would use a Crone Staff anyway, even if they made it better. The Poison Creeper damage would probably be much more valuable. Like, yeah, like I said, if they change the unique, but again, you know, you're talking about a pretty hefty roll of Poison Creeper damage. What's up, my son? I agree. Crone Staff needs to be turned into Crone Totem. Oh man, that doesn't quite have a ring to it, right? The Crone Totem. But I definitely agree. They should do something with it. I don't know. It just feels really bad giving up that two-hand aspect slot with the Tempering. So whatever they're going to do to it, they need to make it significantly better than what it is right now. I mean, honestly, if I can, you know, with the Crone Staff, with the Captive Thunderstruck, the Crone Staff isn't, like, losing the Tempering to damage to close isn't really that big of a deal, because you can't really, you know, get anything out of it in terms of your Thunderstruck node. And there's not really any good werewolf skill Temperings anyway, right? Like, maybe, I don't know, there really isn't any really decent ones, so the Temperings, it's more or less just losing the aspect. Maybe if they gave us a big fat roll of basic attack speed on the Crone Staff, like just a huge roll of basic attack speed, and then maybe, and also bug fix it, because there's a bug. Like, they need to bug fix the Crone Staff. And then maybe instead of just giving us ranks to Claw, give us ranks to Storm Strike also. Like, instead of just Claw, it should give you ranks to Storm Strike and Claw at the same value that it currently does. Yeah, that's true. The Shard Sword. Yeah, well, again, I don't think the Shard Sword is making it through either, bro. I think the Shard Sword is going to get a nerf. I mean, 300x is insane. Like, I don't know what they're... Again, 300x is pretty crazy. So I don't think that one's going to make it through. If it does, I'd be shocked. Yeah, see, I've always said it would be nice if they just gave us a dedicated two-hand slot. That way, we wouldn't lose so much. We should definitely have a dedicated two-hand slot and two one-hand slots. Like, that shouldn't even be That should just be built in. Every class should have multiple weapon slots. It doesn't have to be 4 like the barbarian, but if we just had a like if we had a dedicated 2-hand slot and then a single, you know, totem and a 1-hand weapon slot, it would do a lot for the class. All right, I'm gonna. Oy, oy, oy. How much time is on this Helltide? Can't tell in the dungeon. Give it ranks to rabies. That's funny. Yeah, I don't think buffs for a lot of those skills really work. They just need to change how they function. I just boosted my already level 100 class to level 100 again. A lot of it has to do with like issues with the way things are functioning or some kind of bug. It doesn't matter how many times that they buff it because it won't actually fix the problem that exists. I know this doesn't work, but I'm just going to give it another go. I'm just going to keep hitting swords and see if we get... Yeah, definitely more thorns. I feel like if we could roll thorns on everything. We basically need the razor plate, but on all of our slots. We need every single slot to just give us 4 rolls of thorns. And then it will be perfect. I wonder why there's a lag between using the vendor here on the PTR versus the live servers. Kind of tired of doing these nightmare dungeons.
Let's get started.
Yeah, ain't nothing's gonna fix rabies. I don't think that's a big deal. Like I don't think that makes them alike just because a class has, you know, the same amount of weapon slots. That's probably the least, like, I don't think that's a great way to separate things, to be honest. Like, giving Barbarian 4 weapons isn't like, I don't think that's something that should be kept back from other classes. I'm fine with not having 4, but it shouldn't be like 2. Because all that they do is just make ridiculous multipliers on other things to make up for that fact. Let's go ahead and run this again. Let's do 61. Yeah, me either. I don't know. I just think it'd be the fastest way to kind of bring some kind of balance in, would just giving like every single class, whatever their weapon types are that they use, give them those things, right? So I'm fine with Barb having two-hand weapon slots. I don't think they should lose that. That's fine. But just give Druid the staff slot, right? Give us a staff or whatever, but we use pole arms now. Just give us that slot so we can socket that in all the time. And then from my understanding, it's not the weapons anyway. I hear people say that all the time, right? The weapons aren't the problem with Barbarian, it's all the other things. So then it shouldn't be a problem, right? If it's so easy to balance, then it shouldn't be an issue. Just give every class a 2-hand slot and 2 1-hand slots and call it a day. It had belts. Yeah, everything werewolf needs to be looked at. Yeah, every werewolf skill that is just a dedicated werewolf skill needs to be looked at. I think the only good werewolf skill that's just base good is claw. That's it, the base attack. You get claw and that's it for werewolf. Yeah, it is a nightmare, bro. It's a straight nightmare. Grinding these damn nightmare dungeons. I just want the weapon, man. I'm actually, like, at this point, I'm probably not gonna, like I said, I'm not gonna be playing the PTR much more. I don't really have the time to, so it's all right. It is what it is. I'll probably take the time, like I said, to make a video and write out a forum post on my overall feeling on the class and everything, where I think it's going to be at. And I'll do another Druid breakdown video like I did for season. I think it was like last season. Like all the things I want to see with the Druid, or my thoughts of how I feel like the class is kind of where it's lacking and what they could possibly do. We'll see what happens though. Official patch notes, and then we'll start hard complaining. I don't think that's going to do anything though, to be honest. They're just trying to get to the expansion, man.
I must wait a moment.
Yeah, everything requires an aspect. That's a problem. Like, every single thing requires an aspect to function with the class. Like, or a unique item. Or a unique item. Man, what a bug to have, right? Like I wonder how much HP this boss actually has. And this is just 61. Granted, I'm not really ticking the damage hits like on the live game, but it's still in a couple million, right? I'm still hitting like close to 10 mil with each tick here. And when I get the kata up, it's definitely a lot closer to 10 mil. And they have like a lot of HP. I think the HP is higher than when they did the nerf, before they did the nerf, actually. So I don't remember level 61 bosses taking this long. Gloves. Ugh. Gloves. Ugly gloves. Oh, what's this, though? The Endurant Faith Gloves. So we got some all stats. We got healing received. We got lucky hit. +3 to core skills. When you would be damaged for at least 40% of your maximum life at once, it is instead distributed over 4 seconds and reduced by 10 to 30%. So no one is going to use this. No one is going to use that. I don't know if they know that, but no one is going to use this. Why would you want a defensive... Why the hell would you want a defensive unique on one of your only offensive slots? Someone tell me that. When the best way to build good defense is to have a really good offense so you kill things fast. Why the hell would you want that? Oh, my tempers on rings are Cataclysm cooldown. Cataclysm cooldown is the best. So, my approach, CM, is these Bjorn Fang's Tusks. So Bjorn Fang's Tusks give you a massive multiplier and infinite spirit. And my approach to builds, and I think this is going to be the best, probably one of the best ways to build out Druid, if these stay exactly the same, is to have near 100% uptime or 100% uptime on Cataclysm. So you have a massive multiplier, and you also have infinite resources, meaning that you don't need resource generation. And honestly, it's not really that hard to do, because Cataclysm can last so long, and these gloves give you endless Tempest ranks, so +3, you know, and if you get a greater affix on that and a tempering into it, you're going to be seeing a pretty hefty amount of duration increase. And the core skills too, +3 as well, so greater affix on that, you're getting a ton out of that. And then get a couple Cataclysm cooldown temperings, and then maybe a crit into those with cooldown on your totem or amulet, stuff like that, just to reach that cooldown cap. And you're probably you're able to keep that up 100% of the time. That's what I think is probably the best way to set things up currently on the PTR for the Druid. And I don't have the helmet, so I don't have that helmet that gives you, that's all bugged out, giving you crazy amounts of multiplicative damage without actually giving you the resource cost increase. Maybe I'll get lucky and get the sword from here. I just wish the boss's HP wasn't so high, man. Maybe I should drop it down even more levels. But then I wouldn't get Nithal Iron. For what? Unique? Are you talking about the Cataclysm gloves? Oh man, anything that uses spirit, bro.
I'm not ready yet.
I think anything that uses spirit, to be honest. I think my favorite build on it so far is Pulverize. Pulverize feels pretty good. But honestly, at the end of the day, I feel like anything that doesn't really require require you to have 2 slots ring slotted in, you know.
I'm not ready
I just don't know what would be better than a 100x multiplier with infinite resources. And it synergizes so well with a lot of the other uniques they have planned for the season. So, I don't know. We'll see what they do with the uniques, man, because they have a lot of craziness going on. You know, I always thought about building like a damage to close version of Wind Shear. I think it would be so much more fun to have like a damage to close version. I think if everything goes through on the PTR, I will build a damage to close version of Wind Shear. Because it doesn't matter at that point, right? Damage to distance doesn't matter. I will say the one tempering I wish they would have included into the season would be like damage over time tempering. The fact that they added crit damage, vulnerable damage, you know, all the other damage buckets, but they didn't. I don't think there's a single damage over time tempering that you can get. So that would be nice if they would include that in some temperings. More attack speed. Yeah, man, they're getting attack speed rolls can be a kind of a pain in the neck if you can't get the item with attack speed on it. Yeah, I think everybody's pretty much in agreement that they need to take away the weighted affixed idea that they decided to implement. It shouldn't be that hard to get the affixes you're looking for on your gear pieces, to be honest. In fact, I think it should be the opposite. If anything, the weighted stats that your gear have should be the simpler stats when you're doing your enchanting, and then when you get gear drops, maybe they could leave it the way it currently is, where it's easy to find like HP, it's easy to find willpower on your gear. I think I'd be fine with that, like just so that way when you're enchanting, you're getting the gear that you actually want, the gear enchantments that you're really looking for. The Blood Bishop. So much HP. They really did not think this one through, did they, guys? Oh my god, dude. It's like pulling teeth. Give me the sword. Well, there is a sword there, but not the one I want.
I cannot do that here.
What do I have? We'll just let me just go ahead and convert these and just go ahead and masterwork that. Cataclysm. We'll take it, whatever. Oh my god. How much time? Didn't I, 42 minutes, really? Am I losing my mind here? I thought no, I don't know. Maybe I'm going crazy.
Not while I'm in town.
Let me go over here real fast.
I need more time.
Is there any... I'm looking for the sword. So there's no sword chest. 0 sword chest there. Yeah, that's one of the things too, Brandon. I'm right there with you, brother. Said that so many times. There should be no reason why Cyclone needs an aspect to apply to people. There should be no reason why Bloodhound needs an aspect to turn it to a shout skill and to actually apply to your party members. I mean, that's obvious, man. That's so. That's one of those super obvious things that. What is like? Where's all the weaponry chests? Like, come on, game. Yo, I think this. But did I not just do this hell type? What the hell's going on? Did I just ride into the? I just rode into the cliff, guys. I'm inside. I've cracked the code. I know there's a sword here somewhere. I'm sinking, so there has to be a sword here. Let me see if I can get through the, I think I've broken into the vault. Okay, we're getting closer. We're getting there. We're definitely getting close. I feel a sword's down. Oh, we're getting closer. There's definitely a sword down here. I'm just digging to the, I'm digging into the, you know, we found the X marks the spot. We're at the end of the rainbow here. We just need to get a little bit deeper into this mountainside. We're gonna make it in to the sword vault where we get the shard at. I know I can get lower. There's got to be a way. Oh, whoa. Let's zoom in. Oh, that's just... We'll keep it just like that. Oh, I see us. We're there. We're there. Let's keep going. I know there's a sword here. I feel it deep in my bones. I can see us. We are very close. We are very close. Come on. There's gotta be something down here. Have we reached the bottom? Oh. We're okay, we're definitely look at that nice grass. The texture on that grass, man. Hey, there's mountain underneath the mountain. Okay. We're just in darkness with bloody rain. Can I mount up? Let's get on the mount. I cannot mount. Oh, you know what I could try? Let's try to trample. Let's try trampling. Let's go ahead and do that. I wonder if we can trample our way out of here. No, we are stuck, but we're getting... Can we teleport? We can teleport. Well, we were close. We were very close. Yes, the mirror universe. Oh man, what happens if we go back to the Galtzma bushland? I wonder if we just go right back onto the map. We do. Interesting. Maybe we'll find the cow level. You think the cow level is under here? What's causing me to go low? That's what I need to figure out. Is it just the evade? It's just the evade. The evade is causing me to go low. I imagine this thing has no end, right? Imagine if I could just have evade stacks. Let me see if I can find evade stack boots. And then I can just reset it over and over again. See how far we can get down the rabbit hole there. I know I have evade stack boots somewhere. Don't let me down, game. Oh, this is even better. Attacks reduce evades cooldown. Oh, and let's grab metamorphosis. We're gonna dig a deep hole. Maybe metamorphosis will let us move around some. Let's go back here to the bushland. This is my tunneling build. This is the brand new build for season 5. The infinite tunneling build. Oh, am I going up now? I think I'm going up. Did we find a way to get back out of the hole? This is interesting. I think I'm going. I'm traveling up now. I don't know what we did, but we did something. We're now traveling up. I'm interested to see where this takes us. Our poor pet down there is getting left behind. Are we going up? What are we even doing? I don't even know. It's definitely our evade, though. I'm waiting to see, like, grass or something. I think I'm just not even doing anything at this point. Oh, I tried. I tried to see where it would take us. All right, let's I guess let's stop fooling around. What did I have over here? What did I have? This is definitely weird, because I know I did this. Let's go see if this is a one-hand chest over here. If it's not a one-hand chest, then it don't matter.
I need time to do that.
The Spiitis.
I'm not ready yet.
Okay. Well, it might be worth farming up to 125. For the chance. For the chance at a one-hander. A one-hand sword unique with shard in the name. Man, I'm tell you what, that mine cage, I missed that thing on the PTR. They should definitely put that back. Sometimes they come up with some really cool ideas and they just make it a seasonal mechanic or some kind of like, you know, event mechanic that like they should just leave in the game. They're just so nice to have. Like, I really want them to bring the treasure sacks back from your from the treasure goblins. That was such a good idea. Ancestral shrines back from the lunar event, stuff like that. All those things were really fun to have in the game. And it sucks that they just, you know, use it for an event when I think it adds a lot of depth to just simple things that add a lot of depth to the game. Not everything has to be a massive design change for it to add some kind of depth to the game. And that's definitely, in my opinion, some of the better aspects of the events that they've had. I remember those ancestral shrines were so fun to like strategize as to how you were going to use them for the for your dungeon run, like when you were going to pick them up. And I liked a lot of the effects too, like the blast wave shrine when it would like shoot out a bunch of bombs when your blast wave would go off. It was really cool. Those the treasure goblins, man. Every time you would kill a treasure goblin, you got another like a loot sack. That stuff was dope. All right, come on. Never mind. Oh, man, I wish I had a bunch of hearts. Alrighty, guys. Well, I'm probably gonna call it there. I'm gonna go get something to eat, and I'll probably work on some stuff offline, like maybe work on writing up a forum post. But I probably won't be able to stream for the next couple days, but I will have a nice stretch of days where I can stream in the coming week. And as soon as Maxwell releases the leaderboards, I'll be pushing the pit and hardcore to see how far we can get there. But like I said, that's gonna be it. And as always, I hope you guys are having a great day or a great night, depending on wherever you're from. And peace out, guys. I will see you in the next one. Have a great night.